persisted in their military breaches and in their grave violations of human rights and of national and international laws. In October 2022, Houthi militias bombarded the oil exportation ports in the governorates of Hadramaut and Shabwa, thus depriving the Yemeni people from the needed revenues to pay salaries and basic services, which exacerbated the humanitarian plight and led to an unprecedented devaluation of our national currency. Recently, the government suspended its decision to transfer the headquarters of banks from Sana'a, which is under the control of the militias, to the temporary capital Aden, heeding the call of the UN and international community to de-escalate, provided that the Houthis engage in serious talks to address the economic crisis and to revive the peace efforts in line with the roadmap mediated by our brethren in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the Sultanate of Oman. Despite all the above, the militias hijacked 3 planes owned by Yemeni airlines. They attacked the Safir oil facility in the governorate of Ma'rib with drones. They issued racist orders and laws to nominate their affiliates in specific public function positions, especially in the judiciary. This suggests that they will be taking more oppressive measures against public freedoms and civic work. This ongoing pattern of reckless escalation in response to de-escalation initiatives requires the international community to take firm policies and push these militias towards the choice of peace in line with international resolutions, particularly Resolution 2216, instead of their senseless escalation. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, 4 months ago, terrorist Houthi militias arrested dozens of UN personnel, to be added to the thousands of innocent men, women, children, elderly, who disappeared in their prisons years ago. Particularly activist Mohammed Qahtan included in a Security Council resolution. There is a widespread belief that the United Nations is responsible for giving these militias the opportunity to kidnap this unprecedented number of relief workers and NGO staff, as well as activists and civil society leaders, by not heeding the call of the Yemeni government to transfer their headquarters from Sana'a to the temporary capital Aden. By not taking seriously these militias and by keeping their headquarters in Sana'a, the United Nations unintentionally enabled these terrorists to take their personnel and assets as hostages and to use them as a bargaining chip to blackmail the international community and to achieve negotiation concessions that cannot be accepted under any circumstances. This ongoing situation cannot be defended nor justified. The presence of UN headquarters in Sana'a emboldens these militias that are designated on terrorist lists, and it endangers relief workers and human rights defenders. Hence, the need to reconsider these policies and measures immediately. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, Houthi militias, with their ongoing terrorist attacks on international maritime navigation in the Red Sea and the surrounding waterways, prove that they represent a growing threat not only to Yemen, as some used to believe, but also to the stability of the region as a whole, and to the secure flow of international trade, which exceeds trillions of dollars. Today, they are reinforcing their position as the first rebel group in history having used ballistic missiles and drones against civilian commercial vessels. Late last month, Houthi militias hit the Sonian tanker, which was carrying 1 million barrels of crude oil, causing fires which could have led to one of the worst oil spills in history before the vessel was salvaged by the international coalition. This is not the first such incident caused by these militias. These militias boasted having sunk 2 vessels previously. They also hindered for years the efforts to save the decaying Safir tanker, which was carrying similar amounts of crude oil. It proves that their terrorist activities will remain an ongoing threat to maritime navigation. Ladies and gentlemen, for years the Yemeni economy has been facing complex challenges, but the terrorist Houthi attacks on the oil facilities deepened the funding crisis and deprived the people and government of Yemen from necessary revenues to pay salaries and provide services. The economic war waged by these militias are part of a larger hostile strategy aiming at weakening the ability of the government to provide basic services and to pay public service salaries, thus aggravating the humanitarian crisis for more than 14 million Yemenis. Therefore, the international community should seriously consider the devastating effects of these terrorist acts and to provide the vital infrastructure to defend maritime transportation vessels in Yemeni ports, to support the right of the Yemenis and of the Yemeni government to benefit from their resources and improve their living conditions. Protecting the arteries of the Yemeni economy is necessary not only to recover and rebuild our future, but it is important also for the stability of the region and for the security of energy on the long term. Therefore, we reiterate our call to the international community to provide immediate, comprehensive support to address the devastating humanitarian conditions and to lay the foundations for a long-term economic recovery. This should include not only immediate humanitarian assistance to alleviate sufferings, but it should also include accountability mechanisms, especially in the regions under the Houthi control. It also requires greater investments in infrastructure, healthcare, education, and sustainable development. It requires building the national capacities to curb the impacts of climate change, which has left hundreds of victims and displaced thousands within the last 2 months. Yemen's recovery is not only a national matter, it is a regional and international need. The stability of Yemen is decisive to safeguard peace and stability in the region and trade routes in the Arabian and Red Seas, as well as surrounding waterways, including the Suez Canal. We have appreciated international support in the past, and we will keep thanking you for shouldering your moral responsibilities. We also thank the coalition to restore legitimacy led by the KSA and the UAE to meet the aspirations of the Yemeni people to stability, peace and prosperity, and provide the resources we need to rebuild our institutions and our social fabric. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, the Arab region is facing today a challenging test in building the state and in joining the civilizational progress. However, every time the countries of the region achieve a true transformation towards development, peace and prosperity, and towards empowering their people to exercise their political, economic and social rights, they are met with evil forces which intervene with their destructive agendas, emboldened by the international leniency towards these rogue groups and their supporters. The outcome of this battle between the forces of peace and the axis of evil will determine who will survive, develop on this part of the world. It will determine whether the region will be dragged into more chaos, civil wars, hegemony, weapons, oppression, and underdevelopment. The road to peace goes through the forces of moderation in the region, led by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, which has been defending the international resolutions and which extended a helping hand by hosting millions of those fleeing wars and armed conflicts. Therefore, we are grateful for these countries, and the world should depend on them to lay the foundations of peace and stability and to maximize our benefits from their economic and social development. Ladies and gentlemen, we should end the false rhetorics concerning the issue of Yemen, especially those minimizing the role of Iran and of their weapons and proxies in destabilizing Yemen, the region, and the world. Ladies and gentlemen, the brutal Israeli war on the Palestinian people should cease immediately. This is the first step to achieve peace and to eliminate Iran's proxies, which are escalating the situation in the region. Iran has been manipulating the just Palestinian cause, and this did not come from a vacuum. It stems from a history of blackmailing and of propaganda, only leading to undermining the peace process and reversing the gains of the Palestinian people and their right to establish a fully sovereign independent state. The same holds true for Yemen, ending the plight. And as is the case for Yemen, ending the plight of the Palestinian people should be based on implementing the international resolutions, especially the Arab Peace Initiative. And as is the case for both Yemen and Palestine, the only way to deter the wanton Israeli aggression on Lebanon will be through a firm stance from the international community and through the unity of all the Lebanese and their independent decision and the non-interference in their internal affairs so that the Lebanese state can recover the choice of peace and war. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, it is important to recall that the Universal Declaration of Human Rights quotes, I quote, "the inherent dignity and the equal and inalienable rights of all the members of the human family is the foundation of freedom, justice, and peace in the world." End of quotation. Today, these values are undermined, and as are the ethics and national and international norms, with the grave violations perpetrated by leaders of Al-Qaeda and Daesh and by the Houthi militias, promising the world more devastation. Thank you, and may the peace of God be upon you.
En nombre de la Asamblea.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Presidential Leadership Council of the Republic of Yemen.
La Asamblea escuchará ahora.
The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Brice Clotaire Oligui Nguema, President of the Transition and Head of State of the Gabonese Republic. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Monsieur le Président,
President of the General Assembly, Heads of State and Government, Secretary General of the United Nations, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Gabonese people, I am happy to take part in the work of this General Assembly of the United Nations. President Philemon Yang, in taking the floor for the first time before this august assembly, I would like at the outset to address to you my warm congratulations on your outstanding election to preside the 79th session of the General Assembly of the United Nations. And I wish you all the best. I express my compliments too to the seasoned interpreter that you are, representative of a brotherly country, Cameroon, linked to Gabon by geography, history, and culture. Please be assured of the full support of my country throughout your mandate. And finally, I would like to pay tribute, well-deserved tribute, to Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of our organization, for his tireless devotion and commitment to servicing the ideals of the United Nations. Mr. President, I'd like to take this opportunity to bring to your attention that the current debate is taking place at a moment where my country, Gabon, has just celebrated the first anniversary of the liberation coup. Indeed, our path towards the construction of a new Gabon to date has been able to keep its promises that we announced here at the last general debate, namely the establishment of transitional institutions, the release of prisoners of conscience, permanent inclusivity, the holding of an inclusive national dialogue, the drafting of a new constitution. The next step is to organize the referendum in the coming months and the adoption of an electoral code and a revision of the electoral register in accordance with the timetable adopted during the inclusive national dialogue. All of this progress, supported by the people of Gabon, contributes to a progressive return to our constitutional order through free, transparent, and peaceful elections as soon as possible. Apart from these points that I have just outlined, significant reforms have been undertaken in sectors that directly affect human development. Roads, healthcare centres, schools, a return to school grants, the opening up of competitions for our major universities, lifting of the recruitment freeze, and the payment of pension arrears, all of this respecting our international commitments at the same time. And this is the opportunity for me to thank all of our partners, friendly countries and donors of national and international funds that have accompanied us in this transition process, despite the difficulties of the process. Ladies and gentlemen, the current General Assembly is focusing on the subject Unity and Diversity for the Advancement of Peace, Sustainable Development and Human Dignity everywhere and for everyone. This is part of our building of a planetary community that is in harmony with the principles mentioned in the preamble to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights of 1948. Gabon, faithful as we are to our tradition of peace, unreservedly supports this project, aiming at a more just and inclusive interactive world. On the day after the liberation coup of the 30th of August 2023, that was carried out without bloodshed, we advocated for the preservation of peace and for national unity by appealing to all stakeholders of the nation, whatever their origins, their beliefs, or their social status, in an effort to build a fairer and more prosperous Gabon. Ladies and gentlemen, respect for life, territorial integrity, the sovereignty of states to freely choose their partners, and rejection of violence, all of these things favor peace building. With regard to sustainable development, my country maintains a firm and coherent position in favor of protecting the environment. I would like to recall that for several years now, Gabon has dedicated 13 national parks to the service of humanity, thus contributing to the absorption of more than 100 million net tons of CO2 per year and the preservation of threatened species. Nevertheless, this does not mean in any way that we are bypassing the expectations of our population who are focused on their basic needs being met. That is why this forum is the occasion to once again recall to industrialized nations the need for them to respect their commitments by supporting the countries that host the greatest carbon sinks in the world. Mr. President, with regard to security, as many of us would believe, I feel that it is an urgent matter to provide appropriate responses to the numerous conflicts that we see in the world, and particularly in Africa. I would like to once again welcome the adoption by the Security Council on the 21st of December 2023 of Resolution 2719 on the financing of peace support operations led by the African Union. In accordance with the new Agenda for Peace of the Secretary-General of the United Nations, this resolution, presented jointly by Gabon, Ghana and Mozambique, today is a crucial part of the architecture for international peace and security. its implementation is an absolute imperative. And I would like to take this opportunity to support the efforts of the Secretary-General aimed at providing a realistic, pragmatic and sustainable political solution for the Moroccan Sahara. I would also like to welcome the official announcement made by the United States of America that they support the admission of 2 African states as permanent members of the Security Council. However, Africa is expecting broader support from other permanent members of the Security Council for this initiative. And at the same time, we expect access for African members to the right to veto. The right of veto, this would simply be justice for our continent. Over and above the African continent, I would invite you to not avert your gaze from Gaza. It's time more than ever before for lasting peace with a view to the harmonious existence of 2 states, Palestinian and Israeli. And I would also like to reiterate the position of Gabon for the lifting of the economic, trade and financial embargo imposed on Cuba because of its negative impact on the well-being of the population. President, ladies and gentlemen, as President Félix Houphouët-Boigny said, peace is not just a word, it's a behavior, it's a genuine state of mind. This legitimate aspiration of peoples is an ideal. It recommends that developed countries that have experience in resolving conflicts share with other states their know-how to build a more just and more balanced world. Unity in diversity for making progress in peace, sustainable development and human dignity everywhere and for everyone is, in my view, a genuine society of dialogue, tolerance and respect for others. This should help us to build a world where development will be adapted to everyone's needs, to the needs of all peoples. Mr. President, with regard to economic and financial matters, the 2024 report of the United Nations on Sustainable Development underscores once again the urgency for mobilizing massive funding in order to plug the financing gap in the economy aimed at several $billion. This is a reality. The international financial system, as it is at the moment, does not enable us to steer investment towards development and thus to ensure the dignity of our populations, which we are addressing in our debate this year. I also share with you the willingness of my peers to reform international financial institutions. This is crucial in order to produce financing for developing countries. Secretary-General of the United Nations, ladies and gentlemen, heads of state and government, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. My country, Gabon, is resolutely committed to restore happiness, and we plan to fully play our role to ensure that we build a human community that is working together and which everyone desires. Together, let us pool our efforts in the hope of a better future by acting in a different way in order to preserve the human race. I thank you.
En nombre de la Asamblea.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Transition and Head of State of the Gabonese Republic.
Seguidamente,
the Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Faustin Archange Archange Touadéra, Head of State of the Central African Republic, I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Monsieur le Président de l'Assemblée générale,
President of the General Assembly, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is a renewed honor for me to be taking the floor here before the entire world, speaking on behalf of my beautiful country, the Central African Republic. I am speaking with a view to contributing to the general debate on the theme of this 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly. Through its participation in the General Assembly, the Central African Republic is reaffirming its commitment to contributing to our joint pursuit of trust, peace, security, international solidarity, and mutual understanding, all of which are indispensable if we are to build a peaceful world that's conducive to sustainable development and the respect for human dignity, the human dignity of generations past and future, present and future. Before I proceed, I'd like to extend to His Excellency, Mr. Philemon Yang, our heartfelt congratulations. Congratulations on his shining and historic election to preside over the proceedings of the 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly. Your election is the symbol of an honor and well-deserved tribute that's been granted to our continent, Africa. Your election is also a source of great pride and inspiration for 51 million citizens of CEMAC, the Economic and Monetary Community of Central Africa, which I'm currently presiding over, steering the work of the Conference of the CEMAC Heads of State. It is also a source of pride and inspiration for your beautiful country, the sister Republic of Cameroon. Your consummate knowledge of international affairs, as well as your far-ranging personal qualities, are a great advantage and a guarantee that our proceedings will be met with success. I stand convinced that you will do your best to serve the interests of the United Nations and all its member states, implementing the UN's vast reform program so that the organization becomes more effective, more inclusive, more representative, and better suited to our changing world, as well as to the resolution of the serious and pressing problems shaking all of humanity. Rest assured, you have the full support of the Central African Republic in your task. I'd also like to commend the high caliber of the work done and the accomplishments of President Denis Francis throughout the 78th session of the General Assembly. We extend to Mr. Denis Francis our gratitude and our satisfaction. United Nations Secretary General, His Excellency Antonio Guterres, I'd like to reiterate to you the gratitude of the Central African Republic and my country's full support, as well as the support of the government. We support your various initiatives which seek to make the United Nations a place where the efforts of nations come together. As you know, on the 30th of July of this year, the United Nations Security Council decided to lift in its entirety the unjust, illegitimate, and iniquitous arms embargo that had been imposed on the Central African Armed Forces for a decade. An embargo which caused us irreparable harm over those 10 years. Speaking from this rostrum, I'd like to extend to you the gratitude of the Central African people. We are grateful to the UN Security Council for its wise decision. A decision which, although belated, will allow my country to continue to act so as to rebuild international national peace and security, and to work together with other states in the pursuit of peace, sustainable development, and the human dignity of present and future generations. I'd like to seize this opportunity to reiterate to all of you, all those who held the Central African Republic in their hearts and supported our noble fight. You have the gratitude of our people. The Central African Republic has vast mining potential. Therefore, I'm convinced that we'll continue to receive your support for the lifting of the embargo on diamonds imposed by the Kimberley Process, an embargo which has circumscribed our ability to work for peace, sustainable development, and the human dignity of present and future generations. Mr. President, the theme of this 79th General Assembly session is leaving no one behind, acting together for the advancement of peace, sustainable development, and human dignity for present and future generations. The theme is tied up with particularly important, significant recommendations, which will be of import in our discussions on the reform of the global peace and security architecture, as well as our discussions geared towards achieving the SDGs. As we know, peace is inextricably linked to sustainable development. Regrettably, as we meet here at this great world forum, year in, year out, as we meet at other fora for that matter, the world continues grappling with serious existential threats, becoming more unstable and more vulnerable. This 79th session is taking place at a very turbulent time, a time marked by mounting geopolitical crises, the war between Russia and Ukraine, the war between Israel and Hamas, the war in Sudan and in the east of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, terrorism, deteriorating economic conditions which are strangling growth in Africa, as well as rising fuel prices. We stand convinced that only dialogue can help us to put an end to conflict in a lasting way. The Central African Republic implores the parties to these various conflicts to opt for dialogue and diplomacy, to find a solution to the various disagreements at the root of these conflicts and to save millions of human lives. The Central African Republic would like to note that the security situation has been stable for the most part in 2024. We are preparing to deepen our democratic roots by holding municipal and regional elections in the very near future, something that will be a first over the last 4 decades. With this in mind, special measures have been taken to apprehend remaining armed groups. These groups can no longer control various portions of our country's territory. As a result, they're engaging in organized crime, illegal exploitation, and fraudulent trafficking of natural resources, and they're doing this so as to be able to acquire military material and equipment. The 10th session of the Strategic Committee for Disarmament, Demobilization, Reintegration and Rehabilitation, as well as the commemoration in Bangui of African Amnesty Month by the African Union's Peace and Security Council, this happened just a few days ago, were an opportunity for us to fully appreciate the significant headway that's been made and which has been possible thanks to the fact that stakeholders have taken ownership and participated in the global peace and security process underpinned by the Political Agreement for Peace and Reconciliation, as well as the Luanda Joint Roadmap. Despite of the progress that's been made, the Central African Republic continues to grapple with various challenges, specifically as regards the building of barracks, so we can station units in defense areas close to the places from which threats are emanating, as well as the acquisition of military material and equipment for our defense and security forces. Mr. President, climate change is having very serious repercussions. Deadly flooding, drought, and large-scale fires, which we've witnessed all over the world. These give rise to various risks, from food insecurity to water stress to competition for natural resources, as well as losses of livelihoods and displacement. These interdependent, cascading risks can have very serious knock-on effects on peace, security, and development across continents. In sub-Saharan Africa, which is the epicenter of humanitarian crises, environmental disasters have resulted, this year alone, in over 1,000 deaths and 4 million climate refugees, not to mention invaluable material damage, specifically in our neighboring country, Chad, where the number of victims continues to grow following heavy rain, which prompted large-scale flooding and compelled people to evacuate. Speaking from this high rostrum, the United Nations, a symbol par excellence of human solidarity, to express the solidarity of the Central African people to people all over the world who have been hard hit by natural disasters. Our world is being rattled by bloody conflicts. It's also threatened from time to time by deadly weather events, devastating weather events. And in this world, developing countries, which have been impoverished by centuries of slavery, colonialism, and neocolonialism characterized by multifaceted meddling in their domestic affairs, unjust raw materials prices, onerous conditionalities imposed through the international financial architecture. These developing countries are looking on powerlessly as new security, financial, economic, food-related, and environmental challenges mount. Funding promises for vulnerable countries are taking time to come to fruition. Adaptation measures promised at various COPs and rising temperatures, all of these are changing as often as the weather does, beholden to the political, geopolitical, and geostrategic whims of the great powers. We're well aware of just how dangerous climate phenomena are. Thus, my country has crafted sector-specific policies. However, their effectiveness depends on climate funding, which is still unreliable. The Central African Republic would like to urge the United Nations to do more to implement the climate peace and development nexus, establishing synergies between climate adaptation and peace building, so as to holistically address the vulnerabilities linked to climate change, other vulnerabilities, and the risk of conflict. Mr. President, the world is teetering dangerously close to the brink. The UN peace and security architecture is being subjected to enormous pressure. The reasons Africa put forward in support of its request for legitimate Security Council reform and reform to the veto system are very compelling. A step forward has been taken by the United States of America. The US has endorsed the establishment of 2 permanent seats for Africa on the Security Council, as well as a rotating seat for small island developing states, SIDS. This proposal is praiseworthy, of course. But given changes afoot in our world, Africa, which has for a long time remained on the sidelines, cannot be fully satisfied with this proposal, which can only be viewed from the vantage point of a perpetual denial of the veto to Africa. It is time to speed up the reform of the international financial architecture so as to remedy inequality, to mobilize adequate funding for the achievement of the SDGs, to meet the financing needs of developing countries, to be able to reform the implementation of and compliance with multilateral environmental agreements, which will help us to make our common ambition of protecting the planet a reality. Mr. President, demographic estimates indicate that in 2050, half of the world's global youth will live in Africa. Also, half of Africa's 54 countries would have seen their populations almost double. I applaud the Pact for the Future, as well as the Global Digital Compact and the Declaration on Future Generations, annexed thereto, all of which were adopted at the Summit of the Future. It is high time that we speed up the implementation of the SDGs in the following areas: science, technology, innovation, and digital cooperation. We should do this whilst stressing equity, rights, and universality. Young people today are key agents of positive change. They can make an important contribution to sustainable development, respect for human rights, as well as global peace and security. And yet young people are vulnerable for a number of reasons. This is preventing young people from realizing their full potential and exercising their fundamental rights. It therefore behooves us to pledge to transform investment in young people, in women, girls, and persons with disability, so as to guarantee a better future for us all. As for the Central African Republic, our ambitious 2024-2028 National Development Plan strikes a better balance between the needs and interests of present and future generations. It does this by making human capital development one of the plan's strategic pillars. To conclude, I hope that the spirit that prompted the establishment of the United Nations will tirelessly prevail, thereby helping to create a fertile atmosphere for resolving the problems plaguing international peace and security, sustainable development, and this for the benefit of all humanity. I thank you.
Au nom de l'Assemblée générale.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the head of the State of the Central African Republic. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Mahmoud Abbas, President of the State of Palestine. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
We will not leave. We will not leave. We will not leave. Palestine is our homeland. It is the land of our fathers, our grandfathers. It will remain ours. And if anyone were to leave, it would be the occupying usurpers. In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful. Mr. Philemon Yang, President of the General Assembly of the United Nations. Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations. Ladies and gentlemen, heads and members of delegations, esteemed guests, peace and God's blessings be upon you all. I come to you today as my people, and for almost a year now, are subjected to one of the most heinous crimes of our era. It is a crime of a full-scale war, of genocide, that Israel is perpetrating. Israel, the occupying state. A crime that so far has killed more than 40,000 martyrs in Gaza alone, and thousands remain under the rubble. A crime that has injured more than 100,000 others to this day, and matters are getting worse. Hundreds of Palestinian families have been annihilated. Entire family names have been wiped out of the civil record. More than 100 families have been completely wiped out of the civil record. They no longer exist. Thousands have died because of the spread of disease and epidemics and the shortages in medicine and water. Moreover, more than 2 million Palestinians in Gaza have left their homes multiple times in search of safety and fleeing the systemic operations that the Israeli occupying army is perpetrating. And as this war of aggression continues, dozens are being killed every day, and double that amount is being injured amongst our bereft people in the Gaza Strip and in the West Bank and in Jerusalem. I'm not here to respond to the lies of the Israeli Prime Minister, lies that he said in his speech before the U.S. Congress in July, where he claimed that his army does not kill innocent civilians in Gaza. I ask you by God, who is it then that killed more than 15,000 children of the 40,000, and an equal number of women and elderly persons from our people? And who is it then that is continuing to kill them? I ask you to answer me by God. Stop this crime. Stop it now. Stop killing children and women. Stop the genocide. Stop sending weapons to Israel. This madness cannot continue. The entire world is responsible for what is happening to our people in Gaza and the West Bank. The West Bank that is under a daily and continuous Israeli aggression. It is under a vicious settlement activity. They're building everywhere in Palestine, as if all of Palestine is theirs. It is subjected to the terrorism of gangs of settlers under the patronage and support of the Israeli government and the occupying army, which destroys hundreds of houses in the lands of Palestine, not to mention what our eternal capital, Al-Quds, is being subjected to in terms of campaigns to change its nature, to Judaize it, and to aggress it and its holy sites and landmarks, to change its historic and legal status. We've recently heard a terrorist Israeli minister calling for building a temple in the Al-Aqsa Mosque. We must condemn and stop this reckless minister and those like him who want to set fire, a fire of religious conflict and strife that will burn everything in its way. The Aqsa Mosque and its surroundings, ladies and gentlemen, is the exclusive property of Muslims. This has been endorsed by a resolution taken by the League of Nations in 1930. This was a resolution by the League of Nations, and we will accept nothing else regardless of the circumstances. Ladies and gentlemen, we have repeatedly warned here in the General Assembly that the situation in the occupied land of the State of Palestine warns of an explosion, and this explosion has happened. It happened on October 7th of last year and afterwards. And from the very first day, I stressed the need to immediately stop the war. I condemned the killing of civilians regardless of who they are and regardless of what side they were on or any people they were from. I demanded the release of prisoners and those detained by both sides. There's no need to detain women, children, and the elderly. We've said this repeatedly. To anyone who has those people detained, I called for immediately going to the negotiations table to implement the two-state solution based on international resolutions. But instead of heeding the voice of reason, the Israeli government took advantage of what happened to launch an all-out war of genocide against Gaza. It committed and continues to commit war crimes as acknowledged by the international community. They're called war crimes. Israel today is now launching a new aggression on the brotherly Lebanese people. The Lebanese people are now being subjected to a war of genocide. And Israel must stop the war in Lebanon and in Palestine. We condemn this aggression and we demand that it stops immediately. Israel has reoccupied the Gaza Strip in its entirety, and it has destroyed it almost entirely, so that Gaza is no longer fit for life. Most homes have been destroyed. The same applies to most buildings, health facilities, educational facilities, economic buildings, roads, churches, mosques, water plants, electric plants, and sanitation plants. Anybody who goes to Gaza who'd known it before would not recognize it anymore. It's no longer there. 75% of everything in Gaza has been fully destroyed. If Israel thinks that it would get away from being held accountable and punished for these crimes, then it is delusional. The international community must immediately impose sanctions on Israel. The massacres, the crimes, the genocide that Israel has been perpetrating against our people since its inception in 1948 to this very day will not go unpunished. There is no statute of limitations. Rights will never be lost as long as there are those who demand them. And despite our repeated calls and demands, the world has not succeeded in obliging Israel, this transient state, to stop this war of genocide and its war crimes against innocent civilian residents. We regret that the U.S. administration, the democracy of the world, the largest democracy in the world, obstructed 3 times draft resolutions in the Security Council demanding Israel to observe a ceasefire. The U.S. alone stood and said, no, the fighting is going to continue. It did this by using the veto. And added to that, it furnished Israel with the deadly weapons that it used to kill thousands of innocent civilians, children and women. And this further encouraged Israel to continue its aggression. As long as the U.S. is supporting it, then why not keep going, since it's already an aggressing state? This is the United States, the very country that was the only member in the Security Council that voted against granting the state of Palestine full membership in the UN. We don't deserve membership in the eyes of America, so they use the veto against it. I don't understand how the United States could insist on opposing our people, insist on depriving us of our legitimate rights to freedom and independence, as is the right of the rest of the countries, 194 countries, and we are no less than them. Ladies and gentlemen, Israel, which refuses to implement United Nations resolutions, does not deserve to be a member in this international organization. Israel, whose permanent representative in this organization says that the very building of the United Nations, and he said that this building must be removed. This building that we are sitting in right now, it must be wiped off the face of the earth. This country does not deserve to be a member in this organization. It is, from the very beginning, it has from the very beginning not fulfilled the conditions for membership. Because in 1949, when it submitted its membership application to the UN imposed 2 conditions. First, to accept and implement Resolution 181 and Resolution 194. Without implementing these 2 conditions, you will not be granted membership in the United Nations. Moshe Sharet, the foreign minister at the time, wrote a pledge you will see it. A pledge, a written pledge that he and Israel are committed to the implementation of those resolutions. And since 1949 to this very day, nothing has happened. We are going to submit a request, an application to the General Assembly on this matter. And as I said, if you return, then we will return. If they do not step back, then we will do more. I take this opportunity to commend the member states of the United Nations that voted with more than a two-thirds majority in favor of the draft resolution submitted by the State of Palestine, supported by a large number of friendly and sisterly countries, to adopt the ICJ's historic advisory opinion issued on the 19th of July 2024 to end the illegal Israeli occupation of the State of Palestine in a period of 12 months. For the very first time, there is a specific time frame. We demand the implementation of this particular requirement, including an immediate cessation of annexation and settlement activities, dismantling of existing settlements, and evacuating settlers from Palestinian territories. There's 600,000 settlers, and they're living on our land. Why don't they go back to their homes? We must give reparations to Palestinians and for damages that were a result of the unlawful policies and the practices of the occupation, and many other such issues that were mentioned in the ICJ's advisory opinion. We want what the ICJ stated and what the entire world accepted in the General Assembly with a vast majority that far exceeds a two-thirds majority. And Israel must be made to implement it. We rely on this resolution, which is the embodiment of international will and the principles of international law and the mechanisms that were adopted in this regard to guarantee implementation. We hope that this resolution would be implemented. Of the 1,000 resolutions taken on the Palestinian people since 1948 until this very day, and not a single one has been implemented yet. Ladies and gentlemen, today I feel very grateful as well, as I see this large, great shift in the positions of member states in the United Nations as they support Palestinians' rights to an independent state that is recognized and that deserves full membership in this organization, as is the case with the rest of the countries in the world that love freedom and peace. In the name of the Palestinian people, I thank you for this support. I thank you for your support of what is right, of justice, to achieve peace in our region. I call upon you to apply the laws of international law according to responsibilities and sovereignty. We don't ask you for more than you can do. We ask every state to give us our support within the realm of its responsibility and sovereignty. I also express our gratitude and appreciation for the demonstrations that spoke against the genocide in Gaza and that supported Palestinian rights that have been taking place throughout the world, including the American people. And I acknowledge the American people are marching in the streets in these demonstrations, and we are grateful to them. We appreciate what is happening in European countries and the noble supporters that come to Palestine, risking their lives as Israelis attack them. And here, I would like to make special mention of the Turkish-American martyr Aisha Noor, killed by the occupation army in cold blood. I say to those, the Palestinian people will not forget your honorable stand. We will remember you proudly when the occupation is eliminated and when our people enjoy freedom and independence. Ladies and gentlemen, recently there was much talk about the next day, but the day after. What shall we do on the day after? What is our policy for the day after? And I say to you, the day after the end of the war in the Gaza Strip, I take this opportunity today to give you our view of what is needed immediately and on the day after the war ends. This is our proposal. We propose it to you. You can accept it, you can change it, you can amend it. We are ready for all that. First of all, a comprehensive and permanent ceasefire in Gaza and an end to the military aggressions and attacks by terrorist settlers in the West Bank and East Jerusalem. Second, humanitarian aid must be delivered urgently in an organized manner and in sufficient quantities, because there's nothing in Gaza, and they need everything. This humanitarian aid must be delivered throughout Gaza. Third, a full Israeli withdrawal from the Gaza Strip. We refuse the establishment of buffer zones or taking any part from Gaza. Gaza is only 7 kilometers by 40, and Israel wants to cut it up. It wants a piece here and a piece there, and we will not allow a single centimeter of Gaza to be taken. We demand that we stop the forced displacement inside the Gaza Strip or outside the Gaza Strip. We demand the return of those displaced to their homes or to have housing provided to them. Netanyahu wants in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip people to be displaced, to be evacuated to Egypt and to Jordan. We refused. The Jordanian and Egyptian governments, and I thank them for this, said we will not allow the displacement of any Palestinians and eviction of the Palestinians from their lands. Fourth, we demand the protection of UNRWA and humanitarian organizations from Israel's actions and to provide political and financial support to these organizations so that they can perform their role and offer their services to the Palestinian refugees until they return home. UNRWA was established to do its job until the refugees return. And every day Israel finds an excuse to convince others that UNRWA's work must be ended. Fifth, we demand international protection for the Palestinians on the lands of their occupied land. We want protection. We are not fighting Israel. We cannot fight Israel. And we don't want to fight. But we want protection. We want our children, our women, our families to be protected internationally. Sixth, Palestine, the state of Palestine must shoulder its responsibilities in the Gaza Strip and impose its full mandate on it and jurisdiction on it, including the border checkpoints, especially the Rafah international border between Egypt and Palestine, as part of a comprehensive plan. This has existed before, and it must return to the way it was. Seventh, and within the context of a comprehensive national reform process. This is a process that we're undertaking, and most countries have reviewed it, supported it, confirmed it, and thanked the Palestinian government for it. And hopefully we will continue with this process till the very end. In terms of this process, we will reconstruct our infrastructure and state institutions destroyed by Israel. We will revive the economy and establish sustainable development and rebuild the Gaza Strip. And we will hold the state of Israel fully responsible. Eighth, the authority of the state of Palestine and the Palestinian government and the PLO, the legitimate and sole representative of the Palestinian people, will have authority on all Palestinian territories in the Gaza Strip, the West Bank, and Eastern Jerusalem, as has been stipulated for us by international law. We are not asking for more, but we will not accept any less. The West Bank, the Gaza Strip, and the Eastern Jerusalem. We will not ask for more, but we will not accept any less. We will hold general elections. We're ready to hold the elections. We've been ready in the past, but Israel refused to allow us to hold these elections in Jerusalem. But if this were to happen, we're ready to hold these elections and to form a Palestinian government in accordance with the results of these elections. Ninth, We will continue to mobilize the largest possible international support so that the State of Palestine can achieve full membership in the United Nations as soon as possible. What do we lack to be sitting amongst you? What do we lack to be on the same footing as 194 official member states in the United Nations? We have the land, we have the authority, we have the people, we have the culture, we have the knowledge, we have everything that we need. We ask you to help us. 10th, the full implementation of the General Assembly resolution on the advisory opinion that we mentioned, issued by the International Court of Justice in a manner that would lead to the end of the occupation in 12 months, as stipulated by the resolution, as set by the advisory opinion. Number 11, hold an international peace conference under the auspices of the United Nations within a year to apply the two-state solution. So we hold this international conference so that we would resolve all the problems that remain between us and Israel. By the way, we recognize the state of Israel, but Israel doesn't recognize us. We want a solution that would protect both countries, the state of Palestine and the state of Israel, so that they can coexist in peace, stability, and security. Number 12, to adopt international peacekeeping forces by virtue of a Security Council resolution between the states of Palestine and Israel to guarantee the security of both countries. We call for guaranteeing the security of both countries. These are the elements of our vision for the day after, for today and for the day after the war ends, in the state of Palestine in general. And I call upon you to adopt this plan and to provide all the necessary means to guarantee its success. Ladies and gentlemen, a few weeks ago, I declared that I've decided to lead a Palestinian delegation to the Gaza Strip so that we can stand by our people who have been exhausted by the Israeli genocide war. I call upon you to support this decision by issuing a United Nations decision resolution by the United Nations here, by pressuring the occupying government so that it would not obstruct this effort. And here I welcome any state, any party that wants to join us in this visit. We'll be happy to go with you to Gaza so that we could all see the tragedies that are taking place. I salute our heroic people that are sacrificing all that is precious for Palestine, in the Gaza of sacrifice, in the West Bank of solidarity, of Al-Quds, which is our crown jewel and our capital. We salute our people in the diaspora, in the camp, in the refugee camps, to our brave prisoners in Israeli prisons. 6,000 prisoners. Israel arrests whoever it wants. Those prisoners whose dignity is being violated every day. Palestine will be free. It will be free despite anyone who objects to that. Our people will live on the land of their fathers and grandfathers as they have done for more than 6,000 years. They will continue their legitimate struggle for independence. The occupation will end, will end, will end. God's and peace blessings be upon you.
En nombre de la Asamblea.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the State of Palestine. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Mr. Adama Barrow, President of the Republic of the Gambia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
President of the 79th session of the UN General Assembly, Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, Your Majesties and Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Heads of Delegation, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor for the Gambia to participate in the 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly and to engage in meaningful dialogue with global leaders and partners on the vision of shaping a more prosperous future for humankind. Your Excellency, Mr. President, allow me to express my heartfelt congratulations to you on your assuming the role of President for the 79th session. I similarly wish to register sincere gratitude to His Excellency Ambassador Denis Francis for his exemplary leadership and accomplishments during the 78th session. Mr. President, as we undertake to chart the future we envision, we welcome the initiative presented by Secretary General Guterres at the summit of the future under the theme Multilateral Solutions for a Better Tomorrow. My delegation firmly believes that the path to a better tomorrow lies in multilateralism and closer international cooperation. Through our collective responsibility and inclusive participation, we can decisively confront and overcome our challenges and bottlenecks. The high-level summit of the future has determined that human actions are largely responsible for the challenges we face today. Therefore, it is within our power to ably address the disasters that continuously trouble our nations. To succeed, however, the international community must recommit to implementing the resolutions of the Summit of the Future to tackle such critical global challenges as climate change, poverty, transitional crimes, and conflict. These incidents underscore the urgent need for comprehensive reforms within the United Nations system, particularly the UN Security Council and the international financial institutions. We must equally strive for a more representative, just and inclusive United Nations to shape the world we so dearly want. Mr. President, the Gambia's perspective on the theme leaving no one behind, acting together for the advancement of peace, sustainable development, and human dignity for present and future generations, aligns closely with the principles and aspirations of Agenda 2030 for sustainable development. In accordance with the principles of the United Nations Charter, the theme serves as a crucial reminder to the international community of the need for solidarity and renewed commitment. With specific reference to the Gambia, the framework of the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, is central to our national agenda. And we are committed to ensuring that our development efforts are both sustainable and impactful. Like many least developed countries, LDCs, the Gambia faces huge challenges that pose serious threats to our survival as a nation, hence requiring collective international efforts to resolve. Consequently, the global community needs to assist the least developed countries, especially to address the burden of inequality, build more robust economies, and create policy space for economic growth. To tackle the debt burden and internal state weaknesses, we need to increase investment in capacity building. Also, we must jointly endeavor to bridge the digital divide and support technology transfer to advance development. Mr. President, we live in a world with widening inequalities, thus suppressing the weak and making the conditions of the poor worse, grossly violates the expressed ideals and spirit of the Summit of the Future. The Gambia is fully committed to the global call for gender equality and recognizes the indispensable role women play in socio-economic development. We firmly believe that empowering women translates into community empowerment and ultimately inclusive development. For these reasons, my government places great emphasis on women's rights, and we are dedicated to protecting and empowering women. As President, I will continue to ensure that women and girls are protected and given the necessary space to contribute meaningfully to our national development agenda. On youth matters, at the recent consultative summit, stakeholders recommended a sharper focus on innovation and climate change, gender equity, bridging the digital divide, and global governance that promotes youth empowerment through employment, education, and health. The summit's recommendations will inform endeavors to fill policy gaps and expand funding opportunities for better youth engagement. Furthermore, my government commits to aligning our national priorities with global benchmarks and in partnership with youth-led organizations and other stakeholders. We also resolve to use transformative solutions to create greater opportunities for all. Mr. President, the Gambia believes in collective international efforts to combat global challenges. Based on this, last year, the Gambia joined the international community by co-sponsoring UN General Assembly Consensus Resolution 77/276, which sought to engage the International Court of Justice, ICJ, on the obligations of states regarding climate change. Last August, the Gambia submitted its written statement to the ICJ, and we look forward to participating in the oral hearings later this year in The Hague. At the national level, the Gambia remains steadfast in its commitment to promoting human rights and establishing a vibrant democratic environment. The establishment of a National Human Rights Commission and entrenchment of a free, independent, and impartial judiciary provide a solid framework and a sense of security for our citizens, thus ensuring they have a place to seek redress for injustice. I am happy to report that since 2017, the Gambia has neither recorded a single political prisoner, nor has any journalist or human rights activist been jailed in the Gambia. Proudly too, in August 2024, the Gambia was recognized as one of Africa's leading defenders of freedom of expression and ranked third in Article 19's Global Expression Report 2024. We will continue striving to better our situation. Mr. President, as committed advocates of peace and security, respect for basic rights and freedoms, and the application of international law, we stand firmly against injustice, no matter where it occurs. No doubt, as a nation of peace, guided by democratic principles, we have learned valuable lessons to act upon and share. With the help of the international community, we are steadily taking steps to bring closure to the saga of the victims of dictatorship in our country. So far, we have successfully managed the transitional justice and reform processes. Moving forward, we count on your support in the next critical stages of ensuring justice, reconciliation, reparation where necessary. The Gambia will continue advocating preventive approaches to peace building to avert future conflicts. Once again, I take this opportunity to express our appreciation of all the support the UN Peace Building Commission has been extending to us. Mr. President, the ongoing conflicts in Palestine, Sudan, the Sahel, Ukraine and Russia, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Libya, and other conflict zones demand the international community's immediate intervention. We must explore all diplomatic means to restore lasting peace worldwide and free all innocent people, particularly women and children, from the calamities of war. We call on the international community to prioritize support for the post-conflict reconstruction of Gaza and the improvement of economic conditions in the West Bank, even though the situation in that region is extremely serious. The intense destruction of lives and property continues. The Israel occupation, expansion of settlements, blockade of Gaza, and restrictions in the West Bank, together with the threat of intensifying the war to a regional conflict, continue to worsen the ongoing tensions in the Middle East. Accordingly, I call on the United Nations, the international community, and the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, OIC member states, to join forces and urgently bring about permanent peace in Palestine. Through recognized structures, I am, as chair of the OIC, committed to stepping up efforts and exploring every possible diplomatic and peaceful channel to resolve the Middle East crisis. The OIC has been very active, and under my leadership will continue to promote and pursue peace in that region. Our common objective is to create a situation wherein Israel and Palestine coexist in peace and security under a two-state arrangement and within the recognized pre-1967 borders. With the sustained support of the OIC, the Gambia has stood as a beacon of hope for the oppressed Rohingya Muslims of Myanmar. Despite relentless efforts over the past 5 years, the oppressive regime of Myanmar has intensified its oppressive campaign through forced exile and unspeakable act of violence. During my current 3-year tenure as OIC chairman, my office will be available also for dialogue to bring lasting peaceful relations between Iran, its immediate neighbors, and our Western partners. Globally, we have the collective responsibility of acting speedily to peacefully address the situation in Palestine, Sudan, Ukraine, and the Sahel region, Mr. President. We commend the efforts of the Kingdom of Morocco and the viability of the Moroccan Autonomy Initiative. The initiative aligns with the principles of the UN Charter, and it provides a platform for all parties involved in the Moroccan Sahara conflict to engage in a UN-led dialogue for a permanent, mutually agreed political solution. With regard to recognition and respect for the One China principle, we continue to stand with China. The People's Republic of China represents renewed hope for global rebalancing towards justice, peace, and development. China's generous support to its southern neighbors through its numerous development cooperation initiatives has proven usefully impactful and strategic. Mr. President, migration has ever been a fundamental aspect of human development, and it significantly contributes to the growth of both home and host countries. The international community should address migration in a regulated manner and decriminalize it. Indeed, human beings should not risk losing their lives in pursuit of a better future. In this regard, the Gambia is collaborating with relevant countries to improve the plight of migrants, although we must discourage irregular migration. We are duty-bound to respect the rights of migrants and ensure they are treated with dignity, Mr. President. We recognize that dictatorship, conflict, climate change, poverty, and lack of opportunities are part of the root causes of migration. Economic sanctions imposed on states also contribute to forced migration. The long-standing U.S. embargo against Cuba is an example. My view is that these embargoes should give way to renewed good neighborliness and cooperative relations between the two nations. The international community should address inequality and compassion and fulfill the commitment to the official development assistance pledge made by donor countries. As regards the original countries of migrants, we must uphold the ideals and principles of democracy, good governance, and wise resource management approaches, Mr. President. In conclusion, the international community must prioritize diplomacy, dialogue, and mutual understanding as we confront challenges of global concern. I also urge the private sector to collaborate with our governments in taking concrete actions towards our common goals. Simple yet impactful steps, such as supporting local initiatives, promoting inclusive policies, and engaging in global partnerships can make a significant difference in the world order. Despite the challenges we face, there is immense potential for positive change through collective endeavors. Let us embrace a message of hope, resilience, and optimism for the future. Together, we can create a world where peace, sustainable development, and human dignity are not mere dreams, but a reality for all. I thank you for your kind attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of the Gambia. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Edgar Leblanc Fils, President of the Presidential Council of the Transition of the Republic of Haiti. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly. Excellencies, President of the General Assembly, Secretary General of the United Nations, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Heads of Delegation, distinguished delegates, dear compatriots, I have the immense honor to represent here at the General Assembly of the United Nations the Haitian people at a particular crossroads in our history. We are a proud people. Despite all of the difficulties, we've always been able to lift ourselves up. The first black republic in the world, Haiti is proud of its heroic fight for freedom and human dignity. Today, we find ourselves at a decisive crossroads. It is with the weight of this history on our shoulders that we have a hope for a better future. This is how I address you today, calling for solidarity on the part of the international community. Allow me, firstly, to address my warm congratulations to you, Excellency Philemon Yang, former Prime Minister of Cameroon, and congratulate you on your election as President of the 79th session of the General Assembly. Haiti stands firmly by your side, and we assure you of our full support throughout your mandate in order to ensure that this session will be a success for the entire international community. I would also like to indicate the exceptional quality of the work of your predecessor at the 78th session, His Excellency Mr. Dennis Francis of Trinidad and Tobago, who conducted work with dexterity, leadership, and wisdom. I would also like to take this opportunity to express on behalf of the Haitian people our gratitude to you, Secretary General Antonio Guterres, for your visit to Haiti, your presence on our soil, and your unfailing support for our request to the Security Council, in particular with regard to reinforcement of the national police in Haiti, and for all your interventions in favor of Haiti have been very much appreciated, and we will never forget. I would like to express my extreme thanks to the international community for the support given to my country during these times of crisis. This solidarity, which can be seen through the security initiatives, also those of humanitarian aid and support for development, is very much appreciated. It is through this ongoing cooperation and adapted to our situation that Haiti is becoming stronger, more resilient, and will continue towards development and progress. I would like to greet here all Haitian compatriots throughout the world who, whilst being attached to their country of birth, are forced to seek out more favorable skies in order to make a living. Everyone recognizes that they're very hard workers, and I want to tell them, wherever they are, that the Presidential Council of Transition and the government is thinking of them whilst we await an improvement of conditions so that they can come back into the fold. I would also like to take this opportunity to greet Amnesty International and other organizations closely following up on the defense of human rights of Haitians and violations of these rights throughout the world. On behalf of the entire Haitian people, I would like to extend a brotherly greeting to all friends of Haiti that have shown solidarity towards the migrants from our country, and in particular those living in Springfield, Ohio in the United States. The long history of friendship and reciprocal solidarity between our two nations since our participation in the Battle of Savannah of 1779 have enabled us to say with confidence that the American people reject any incitement to hate against our community. The active participation of Haitian immigrants at various levels of life in the United States is tangible and significant. In this regard, the passions that naturally arise during an election campaign should never serve as a pretext for xenophobia or racism in a country such as the United States, a country forged by immigrants from all countries and which has become a model of democracy for the world. Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, The theme of this 79th General Assembly is leaving no one behind, acting together for the advancement of peace, sustainable development and human dignity for present and future generations. This very much resounds with the major challenges that we are facing today. This theme is an urgent call for unity and international cooperation in a context where inequalities, conflicts and the climate crisis are rendering even more vulnerable millions of people throughout the world. Whilst many nations are struggling to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, it is more necessary than ever to guarantee that all voices, and in particular those of the most marginalized, are included in the global decision-making process. This theme is also of capital importance when it comes to the context of the crisis in Haiti. It speaks to our fight to restore peace and stability, ensuring that every Haitian citizen is able to enjoy their fundamental rights. Acting together, as underscored by the theme, is essential for Haiti because our recovery can only happen with this international solidarity. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, today our world is facing unprecedented challenges that are of deep concern to the entire international community. The United Nations, in its historic mission to promote peace, security and sustainable development, is in the front lines of the crises that are not only threatening isolated nations but the entirety of humanity. Climate change undoubtedly is one of the great perils of our time. According to recent data of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, global temperatures have already increased by 1.1 degrees Celsius since the pre-industrial era. This increase has led to an increase in intensification of climate phenomena such as hurricanes, droughts and floods, disasters which particularly affect the most vulnerable nations such as Haiti. In 2023, the United Nations Programme for Development estimated that more than 100 million additional people risk descending into poverty between now and 2030 due to the effects of climate change. For Haiti, which is part of the countries that emit the least greenhouse gases but which experiences the most devastating impacts of this, this global crisis is making it even more difficult for us to guarantee food security, access to drinking water and economic stability. Armed conflicts also continue to sow destruction and to ravage human lives. According to the High Commissioner of the United Nations for Refugees, the number of people forcibly displaced was 110 million in 2023. That's the highest figure that we've ever seen. Whether it be in Syria, in Ukraine or in the Sahel region, these prolonged conflicts are exacerbating poverty, destroying vital infrastructure and leading to massive flows of refugees. The world cannot remain inactive when millions of men, women and children are fleeing violence in search of security and dignity. The commitment of the international community is more necessary than ever before in order to find diplomatic solutions and to promote peace initiatives. Another major challenge relates to economic inequality, which continues to get worse. According to the Human Development Report of 2023 of the UNDP, almost 1.2 billion people are still living in multidimensional poverty, namely that they lack access to essential services such as health, education, and conditions for a decent life. The COVID-19 pandemic has worsened these inequalities, pushing millions of additional people into poverty. For nations such as Haiti, this impact has been devastating. With a high level of poverty, the country is facing profound structural challenges, but these inequalities are not just a Haitian problem. They are a global problem which requires global economic reform. Moreover, the challenges linked to food insecurity have become worse in recent years. According to the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization, FAO, more than 735 million people in the world suffered from famine in 2022, an alarming increase that reflects the disruptions caused by conflicts, economic crises, and climate change. Haiti, unfortunately, is no exception to this. The World Food Programme recently underscored that almost half of the Haitian population is in a situation of acute food insecurity. This situation is not just a humanitarian emergency, but it is a threat for the stability of our nation. We must work together to strengthen our farming systems, guarantee fair access to food resources, and fight against hunger in a concerted and sustainable manner. Finally, technological progress provides new opportunities, but also new threats. The acceleration in the development of artificial intelligence, the proliferation of cyber attacks, and disinformation are endangering the stability of democracies throughout the world. The report of the International Telecommunications Union demonstrates that the digital divide remains a major challenge, with almost 2.7 billion people still not having access to the Internet in 2023. Haiti is one of the least connected countries, and we urgently need support in order to fill in this digital divide so that we can fully participate in the global economy of the 21st century. This year, Haiti reaffirms its commitment in favor of the preservation of our common heritage, the oceans. That's why today I announced proudly that Haiti will sign the agreement on marine biodiversity of areas beyond national jurisdiction adopted on the 19th of June 2023 and open for ratification since the 20th of September 2023. This agreement is a crucial tool to guarantee the protection of marine biodiversity, to promote sustainable use of marine resources and strengthen the resilience of island states such as our own in the face of climate challenges. Haiti has decided to cooperate with the international community to ensure that this agreement is a benefit to all of humanity while making our contribution to the protection of marine ecosystems on which we all depend. These global challenges can only be addressed through a renewed commitment to multilateralism, through solidarity and collective action. Haiti, despite our difficulties, is ready to cooperate with the international community to overcome these crises and build a future where peace, justice, and human dignity are triumphant. But we can't do this alone. It's only together that we can act to guarantee that no one is left behind. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in proclaiming the independence of Haiti in January 1804, General Jean-Jacques Dessalines, the founding father of our homeland, gave human rights a universal character. He began the dismantling of the colonial and slave order, and then human rights ceased just being white man's human rights and became human rights for all men and all women, namely the rights of all humankind. In this regard, and as representative of the Republic of Haiti, and as an official spokesperson for the Haitian people, I must draw the attention of the leaders of the major powers to the danger of a nuclear war threatening the existence of peoples on all continents. In this regard, on behalf of the Republic of Haiti, I launch an urgent call to all heads of state of the United Nations to prevent humanity experiencing this peril of the end of civilization on Earth. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I am speaking today with the experience of several years dedicated in the service of my country. My political career is very much anchored in the history of Haiti, and it's led me through various trials, always with the same goal in mind: the progress of my country, the pride, the restored dignity and the well-being of the Haitian people that are so downtrodden. Having presided the Senate of the Republic from 1995 to 2000, and having been a witness to critical moments in our political history, I have seen the challenges that our country has been facing. My political commitment goes back to a time when the fight for stability and democracy were everywhere. Today, as President of the Presidential Council of Transition, I find myself once again at a key point in the history of Haiti. My career has shown me that resilience and collective willingness are the only ways to guarantee a stable and prosperous future. It is with this vision, this devotion, and the strength given to me by this rich political experience that I am leading the transition, determined to lead Haiti towards peace, security, and participatory democracy through the holding of the National Conference and the renewal of politicians through free, credible, and transparent elections. The Haitian people, despite the challenges that we face, refuses to be overcome by despair. The challenges are unprecedented: devastating violence, political instability that is persistent, a precarious situation virtually everywhere, and a humiliating level of poverty that challenge the Haitian people's capacity for action and their intelligence. In the middle of this storm, we understood that we had to take a brave decision, that of coming together, becoming unified despite deep differences, in order to rise up again in full confidence towards an exit to the multi-dimensional crisis that has been afflicting us now for far too long. The creation of the Presidential Council of the Transition is how we put this decision into force. It's a tangible example of this willingness to become reconciled with ourselves. This council, which brings together organizations of civil society and the entire political spectrum, is the fruit of long negotiations. It is the embodiment of the plurality of Haitian society. Its roadmap is clear: to restore public order, to hold free and transparent elections at the end of 2025, to restore trust in the institutions of the state. In order to do this, we, those that bear responsibility at the highest levels of the state, know that we will need the support of the international community. But first and foremost, we have to be able to count on ourselves, on our resilience, our capacity to overcome differences and internal divisions. It is important to stress that the resolution of Haiti's problems lies above all on the shoulders of the Haitian people. It is our duty as a sovereign nation to take our destiny in our hands and to overcome divisions and together build a future of peace and prosperity. However, this responsibility is not just our own. The international community, the United Nations, the foreign powers that very often played a decisive role in the history of Haiti have also got their essential part to play in this restoration of peace, economic recovery, and institutional development and the establishment of the rule of law. In this sense, the failure of Haiti to recover is not that of just one nation. It is a collective failure, a global inability to fully respect the principles of solidarity, justice, and international cooperation. It is together with a shared sense of responsibility and renewed commitment that we will be able to transform this crisis into an opportunity to embark upon a sustainable path to peace. Today, Haiti is facing an unprecedented security crisis. The increase of armed gangs, generalized violence, and political instability have plunged the nation into a state of extreme vulnerability. Citizens live in fear, unable to move around freely throughout the country, to go and work or send their children to school without risk, particularly in the capital Port-au-Prince. This situation is affecting all aspects of Haitian society. It's weakening institutions, paralyzing the economy, and it's undermining hope in a better tomorrow. The future of the country is under threat. 50% of gang members from the capital region are made up of children and young people, girls and boys. They very often serve as cannon fodder during operations against the police. They are subject to serious violations of all kinds, including sexual violence. This abuse and violence exercised against children and young people, teenagers, must be considered as a crime against humanity, given the consequences that this has on future generations. The restoration of national security is an absolute priority for the Haitian authorities. They are fully committed to putting an end to this spiral of violence and to restoring order in order to guarantee every citizen the fundamental right that they have to security. They are aware that peace and stability are the indispensable foundations that will enable Haiti to rebuild and restore trust in its institutions and to ensure the socio-economic development of its people. With this in mind, the decision of the Security Council to authorize the deployment of the Multinational Security Support Mission through Resolution 2699 was a direct response to the calls of the Haitian people. This mission, although it is not a classic UN force, embodies the commitment of the international community to support Haiti in its fight against insecurity. I would like, on behalf of the Haitian people, to express my profound thanks to the contributing countries, particularly Kenya, for having accepted to take on the leadership of the mission, as well as to all countries that have provided their support. The national security forces, with the support of the mission, have already demonstrated tangible results on the ground, making it possible for the population, little by little, to see normal life restored, but a lot still remains to be done. Haiti has hosted several United Nations missions over the last 3 decades, particularly MINUSTAH. Although some of these missions have helped to temporarily stabilize the country, they have also left behind a heavy heritage of consequences. Allegations of serious violations of human rights have eroded the trust of the Haitian people. The lack of prosecutions and reparations for the victims have reinforced a sentiment of impunity, undermining the efforts at rebuilding. Nevertheless, it's never too late to act and to learn lessons from the past. By rethinking the approach, we have the opportunity to boost the reputation of international missions in Haiti and to build a future that is better for the Haitian people. It is in this spirit that we would like to see a thought being given to transforming the security support mission into a peacekeeping mission under the mandate of the United Nations. This transformation would make it possible not only to secure more stable funding and to extend the capacity of the mission, but also it would make it possible to strengthen the commitment of member states to security in Haiti. I am convinced that this change of status, whilst recognizing that the errors of the past cannot be repeated, would guarantee the full success of the mission in Haiti. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, today I stand before this assembly as the voice of the Republic of Haiti, a country whose history is inextricably linked to the ideals of freedom and justice that we all celebrate here. But Haiti, the first independent black nation of the world, today is the greatest victim of a historical injustice which has not only delayed our development but has also saddled our people with a burden the repercussions of which we still feel today. In 1825, just 21 years after having won its freedom at the cost of a heroic fight, Haiti was forced to pay a colossal debt to France, the colonizing country, in exchange for recognizing its independence. This ransom, imposed under threat, siphoned off resources of the young nation, plunging it into an infernal cycle of impoverishment, which it still struggles to overcome. This debt was a form of punishment for our audacity in throwing off the chains of slavery and raising up Haitians to claim their human dignity. It was an unjust penalty which asphyxiated the economic and social potential of the black people of Haiti for generations. In today's context, where more than ever attention is being paid to efforts to restore without delay security and respond to the immense humanitarian needs in Haiti, I think it is important to draw the attention of this Assembly to the after effects of our colonial past and the ransom paid to certain powers that have largely mortgaged the development of Haiti. It is worth recalling that Haiti was the only country to have paid for its independence, obtained, however, through the fire and the sword. On the eve of the 200th anniversary of this unprecedented event in history, hasn't the time come for these amounts paid to be returned? In this regard, my country welcomes the proposals made by a number of governments and also some agencies of the United Nations for specific action with regard to recognition, reparation and restitution for the wrongs of the past. Haiti has absolute confidence in the United Nations organization, the pillars of which are the fight against inequality between peoples and the maintenance of peace between nations, that it will play its role in order to facilitate dialogue between the victim countries of colonization and the former colonial powers. Here, at the 79th session of the General Assembly, Haiti, and through my person, Haiti is not only here to request reparations, but to ask a question of principle, that of imminent justice. My approach is resolutely committed, structured and well documented. The National Committee for Restitution and Reparation, in cooperation with CARICOM's Restorations Commission, has already undertaken exhaustive work on this subject. We demand recognition of the moral and historic debt and the implementation of just and appropriate reparations which will make it possible for our people to free themselves from the invisible chains of this unjust past. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, history teaches us that nations do not rise up in isolation, but by unifying forces in a resolute commitment to build a better future. Haiti, this land that has offered the world a symbol of unshakable freedom and which has helped several nations to throw off their yoke of barbaric colonialism, is not looking for charity, but justice, respect, respect for its dignity and its right to a dignified and prosperous existence. The challenges that we face today are certainly huge, but they are not insurmountable. They require of us all a shared vision, a profound sense of our common humanity and determination to turn crises into opportunities for renewal. Each nation, be they small or large, rich or vulnerable, has part of our collective future in their hands. It is in this interdependence that resides the genuine strength of multilateralism. May this general debate be the moment where we reaffirm our unfailing commitment towards peace, human dignity, and sustainable development, because what we do today will resound for centuries to come. History will judge the way that we have been able to respond to the challenges of our times, together in a spirit of solidarity and cooperation. We can and we must build a future where no people, no nation is left behind. Long live Haiti. Long live international cooperation. Tomorrow, another country. Tomorrow, another world. I thank you for your attention.
Je remercie.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Presidential Council of the Transition of the Republic of Haiti.
Seguidamente, la Asamblea
The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Abdel Fattah al-Burhan Abdel Rahman al-Burhan, President of the Transitional Sovereign Council of the Republic of the Sudan. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم سيد الرئيس.
In the name of God, most merciful, most compassionate. Mr. President, Secretary General of the United Nations, Your Majesties, Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, may the peace and blessings of God be upon you. I speak before you today on behalf of the people and the government of Sudan. I would like to congratulate the President of this 79th session of the General Assembly and his team. We wish you every success, especially in the face of various threats to peace and security, threats which endanger our organization and which undermine freedom, peace, and justice, leading to the violation of the law. Sudan stands convinced of the important role played by the United Nations. We support all initiatives geared towards reforming the organization and its bodies, specifically the Security Council, with a view to enshrining pluralism, collective security, and upholding human rights, all the while tackling the challenges of climate change and ethnically and ideologically motivated terrorism. Ladies and gentlemen, Sudan commends the choice of theme for this topic, for this session, Unity and Diversity for the Advancement of Peace, Sustainable Development and Human Dignity. We welcome the priorities set by the President of this 79th session. Furthermore, it's important to implement the outcomes of the Summit of the Future, especially as regards United Nations reform and Security Council reform, so that these bodies can put an end to the protracted crises threatening international peace, as well as to achieve consensus and harmony in the relations between states and peoples. Unilateral measures taken outside the United Nations framework in complete violation of the UN Charter and international law, political and economic restrictions, these are the main drivers of instability, especially as regards security, the economy, and also on the political front. All of this fuels war. However, I must also add that double standards and selectiveness are currently prevailing in international affairs. There can be no doubt about it. Sudan is facing very serious challenges. And in fact, a war is being waged. There's a conspiracy. A war is being waged by a group that has rebelled against the state for many years. It's receiving political and logistical support at the local and regional levels. You've all witnessed the crimes, the violations, and the atrocities committed by these rebels, targeting the Sudanese people and the Sudanese state. The war began with an attempt to seize power through force. With time, it's transformed into a total war against the Sudanese state and the Sudanese people. countless crimes are being committed: ethnic cleansing, forced displacement, and genocide. All of this has been committed by the Rapid Support Forces, the RSF, which should be considered a terrorist group. This militia is continuing to perpetrate crimes, and it is most unfortunate that it is receiving the support of some states in the region, states which are providing funding and mercenaries for their own political and economic benefit, in flagrant violation of law and international will. Mr. President, these terrorist groups have also hit diplomatic missions, other organizations, and property. They have not spared the UN. And in fact, UN headquarters, the UN office in Sudan, has been targeted. The Dagalo family has been violating all laws and all international obligations with impunity. The family refuses to comply with the Jeddah Declaration and rejects UN Security Council resolutions regarding the arms embargo imposed on Darfur. Thus, ethnic cleansing crimes are continuing. Most recently, we also recorded a violation of the resolution on El Fasher, the capital of North Darfur State. This begs the question, why has the international system not taken any firm or dissuasive measures vis-à-vis this group and those who support it? Despite everything that's been done, all the crimes we witnessed, crimes against humanity, war crimes, despite their refusal to implement Security Council resolutions and decisions adopted by regional organizations, all the more reason to call for Security Council reform to avoid this policy of impunity and double standards becoming key characteristics of this organization. Ladies and gentlemen, this devastating aggression being waged by the RSF with the support of states in the region providing funding and mercenaries as well as weapons to the RSF have resulted in deaths of dozens of thousands of Sudanese and the displacement of many millions more. Sudanese people have been forced to leave their lands, their motherland, to evade these armed groups. They've taken refuge in various regions. Millions more Sudanese are living in peace today in other parts of the country. Systematic attacks committed by the militia are contributing to the suffering of our compatriots. As a result, we've been seeking a peaceful solution to the situation, and the Jeddah Declaration, dated May 2023, should have been enough to put an end to this war. And yet, regional political players who are in favor of the war have a different take on the situation. This has resulted in the situation we have on our hands today. As a result, and so as to alleviate the suffering of our fellow Sudanese and to facilitate the delivery of humanitarian assistance, we've opened our borders and airports. We've lifted all impediments to this aid being delivered. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, the Sudanese government is steadfastly committed to facilitating humanitarian assistance, protecting humanitarian convoys and personnel, as well as medical personnel. We fully uphold international humanitarian law and measures geared towards the protection of civilians. The protection of civilians is our responsibility, especially when women and children are being hit the hardest by violations committed in areas controlled by the militias. Some women and children have even been sold in marketplaces. The humanitarian crisis affecting a large majority of our population, owing to the aggression being waged by the Dagalo militia, require us to act in concert with one another. It's necessary to provide assistance to millions of displaced persons and refugees. On our side, we're doing everything within our power so as to ensure that aid is delivered to those who need it most. We would like to thank all neighboring states who've welcomed displaced persons and refugees. We thank organizations providing assistance to the Sudanese people as well. President, we face a very tall challenge. This organization must shoulder its responsibility, specifically so as to protect developing countries in the face of the avarice of some other states who would like to control our people's riches through the use of force and specifically through the use of money. We hope that the will of our people will prevail. Numerous crises, including the one underway in Sudan, are the product of a policy of double standards, as well as political approaches based on exerting power, economic blackmail, and the fact that the organization has not managed to deter those who defy the will of their people and of nations, threatening international peace and security. Mr. President, today we have a marketplace of initiatives. Some of these initiatives serve narrow interests, and the corrosive effects of this are patently obvious. In our countries, artificial conflicts are growing in number. For this reason, we need national ownership, this particular principle, and that's why since the start of the crisis, we've done everything we could to put an end to this war and to spare our country from the destruction being waged by the Dagalo militia, attacking the Sudanese people. Thus, we contributed to various constructive initiatives, and we still harbor hopes of ending this conflict so as to guarantee the dignity of the Sudanese people and the sovereignty of our state. We are hoping to ensure that the conflict will not be resumed and conflicts will end. The path towards an end to this conflict is clear in our view. First and foremost, we need to put an end to the hostilities. The militias must withdraw from all of the areas they currently occupy and from which people have been displaced. They must lay down their weapons so that people can go back to their homes and so that assistance can be delivered. This will also facilitate the reopening of roads, airports, and the resumption of production. Second, this end to hostilities must be accompanied with a comprehensive political process so that we can see through the political transition, avoiding the resumption of war and potential coups d'etats. Mr. President, the Sudanese Armed Forces, the SAF, is one of the state's oldest institutions. It's non-politicized. It's very much in favor of a democratic transition, and it's committed to the right of the Sudanese people to pick its leadership. This is why the SAF is upholding the commitments undertaken as part of the glorious 2019 revolution, so that a consensus government, or an elected government, can accede to power. We will never accept a return to the previous regime, which was rejected by the Sudanese people. Thus, we are very much committed to facilitating the transition process, moving towards a civilian government. We will continue pursuing peace, working with all groups who have laid down their weapons, as well as with groups who still carry weapons but who are willing to respect the Juba Peace Agreement signed in 2020. Throughout this war, the Sudanese Armed Forces have done everything they possibly could, continuing to uphold international humanitarian law as well as the Geneva Conventions and protocols thereto, working to protect civilians and to facilitate the delivery of humanitarian assistance. We stand ready to partake in all initiatives that can help to put an end to this war. As soon as we have an initiative that would respect the principle of national ownership and will put an end to the control and occupation of our territory by this rebel militia. We are also in favor of all initiatives which will protect civilians and guarantee the dignity of our people. These are the prerequisites for a return to democracy. It's unacceptable for a government as well as for the Sudanese people to partake in these, to see organizations who've supported the war, states who've supported the war and massacres of Sudanese partaking in such initiatives. Some of these organizations and states have allowed weapons to be funneled through their territory to the militias, and they've also provided political support to these rebel groups. We must therefore continue acting to convince the aggressors that they shouldn't be receiving this assistance. Mr. President, I'd like to thank all of the states as well as the organizations and various human rights defense groups, as well as civil society organizations, all those who have tried to paint a true, accurate picture of what is happening in Sudan. I welcome the outcome of the Summit, the Great Lakes Summit in Rwanda, and the meeting that took place in Yaoundé. There, At all of these meetings, the RSF were described as a rebel group working against the state. We've managed to circumscribe the activities of this group and deter them. Hopefully, we'll be able to deter them from acting in a similar fashion in other countries. The RSF should be called should be called out for what they are. They've rebelled against the state. They're committing terrorist crimes and should be considered as such here at the United Nations. Mr. President, before I conclude, I'd like to reassert our position vis-à-vis the issue of Palestine and the right of the Palestinian people to establish an independent state within 1967 borders. It's necessary to put an immediate end to the aggression being waged in Gaza and in Lebanon. We also call for Palestine to become a fully fledged member of the United Nations. By way of conclusion, we'd like to extend our gratitude to all those who've supported us through these testing times. Millions of Sudanese still need your help. Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'd like to reiterate that the will of the Sudanese people will prevail. May the peace and blessings of God be upon you all. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Transitional Sovereign Council of the Republic of the Sudan. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Carlos Manuel Villanova, President of the Democratic Republic of São Tomé and Príncipe. I request protocol to escort His Excellency, and I invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President of the General Assembly of the United Nations, distinguished head of state and government, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great honor that I address this honorable assembly, representing São Tomé and Príncipe, a small island state which, like so many others, face the complex challenges of our time. On behalf of the people of São Tomé and Príncipe, I would like to congratulate you, Mr. President, and I would also like to extend to the Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, our warmest congratulations. Excellencies, it is easy for me, as it is for anyone present in this Assembly, to say that what stands out in relation to international issues is the uncertainty and insecurity that marks both the present and the future. As a small island state, my country is on the front line of the consequences of climate change, and the climate crisis represents the greatest existential threat to our populations. Although we are responsible for a tiny fraction of global greenhouse gas emissions, we are among those who suffer most from its impacts. Sea level rise, more frequent and intense storms, coastal erosion and loss of biodiversity threaten not only our livelihoods, but also our very existence. It is therefore imperative that the international community strengthens its commitment to the Paris Agreement and ensures that the voices of the most affected nations, like ours, are heard and integrated into concrete actions. We call for global action that is not only ambitious, but also urgent. COP29 on climate change, to be held next November in Baku, Azerbaijan, will be a crucial opportunity to reaffirm the collective commitment to limit global warming to 1.5 Celsius. However, commitments have not been sufficient. We need concrete, immediate actions to mitigate the impacts of the climate crisis. We call on the largest emitters to meet their historical and moral obligations by drastically reducing their emissions and honoring the climate financing promised to developing countries, which are paying the price for a crisis they did not cause. In addition, we call for an expansion of financing mechanisms for adaptation, as we need to strengthen our resilience. We are already investing in innovative adaptation solutions, such as sustainable use of our marine resources and the implementation of renewable energies. However, our efforts need to be scaled up, and this requires the support of the international community. Ladies and gentlemen, the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, remain a beacon for our progress. For us, sustainable development is not a choice, but yes, a necessity. Our vision of the future is based on the Sustainable Development Goals, and it is in this sense that we strive for a balance between economic growth, environmental protection, and social justice. However, the deadline for achieving them is fast approaching, and for many of us, there is still a long way to go. Support for development must be renewed, and new models of partnership between nations must be explored. We reaffirm our commitment to the SDGs, but without an international environment that promotes fair trade, accessible financing, and peace, our efforts will be limited. We ask for the support of the international community so that our transition to a green economy can be accelerated, and so that together we can be examples of how sustainable development can transform societies and ensure prosperity for future generations. On the other hand, we cannot fail to mention the importance of strengthening multilateral institutions and ensuring that all states, regardless of their size or economic power, have a voice in global decisions. Multilateralism is our best tool for tackling collective challenges that transcend borders. Ladies and gentlemen, global peace and security face growing threats, from armed conflicts to the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction. The African continent continues to be the scene of protracted conflicts that result in deep and unacceptable suffering. These conflicts demonstrate the need for greater diplomatic intervention and African solutions to African problems. São Tomé e Príncipe calls on the international community to step up efforts to mediate and support the peaceful resolution of conflicts in Africa while respecting the sovereignty of nations. Peace is the foundation on which we build development. Unfortunately, we continue to witness the escalation of conflicts in various parts of the world, such as the recent worsening on the situation in the Gaza Strip and Lebanon. São Tomé e Príncipe reaffirms its firm commitment to the principles of peace and human rights and calls for respect for sovereignty of states and intensification of diplomatic efforts for the peaceful resolution of conflicts. There can be no development without peace, and peace is only possible with justice. Excellencies, the future we want must be built on the foundations of cooperation, solidarity, and mutual understanding. The COVID-19 pandemic has demonstrated the interdependence of nations and the need for joint responses to global challenges. We need to continue strengthening multilateralism, promoting the sharing of knowledge, resources, and innovative solutions. São Tomé e Príncipe reaffirms its unwavering commitment to the principles that govern this organization. We believe that, through dialogue and cooperation, we will be able to tackle the greatest challenges of our time, from climate change to poverty, to the promotion of human rights and equity. Ladies and gentlemen, the United Nations celebrate this year 79 years of existence. This is a lifetime that gives the UN a special status. Indeed, This observation cannot be taken lightly. In fact, it has been almost 8 decades of intense work and unrepeatable experiences like no other organization has achieved in the efforts to obtain and maintain peace and achieve other global public goods. On this occasion, we must praise the inescapable commitment of the Secretary General, whose action on all fronts touches us deeply. Faced with our persistent dilemmas, it is imperative that we bring a new content of hope to the world stage. This is an unavoidable objective and role of the United Nations, but this mission is also ours. The world's current affliction is not inevitability. If we empty the United Nations and if each state incurs the spirit of each fighting for itself, then the result will be to live with no answer global problems such as wars, economic crisis, environmental crisis, and other ills. The world has changed since the creation of this organization. The international system, like its institutions, must evolve to reflect the realities and needs of today. We advocate for the reform of the United Nations Security Council to make it more representative and effective in its mission to maintaining global peace and security. The multipolar world we live in today demands a more inclusive and dynamic UN. In saying this, I emphasize the need to think of Africa as a part of the world. We cannot continue with a Security Council that reflects the power structures of 1945, a period when most of the current African states were still under colonial rule and therefore had no voice in international affairs. This underrepresentation of the continent is also evident in other structures of global governance, such as the international financial institutions, and we urgently need to change this. Excellencies, I would also like to take this opportunity to echo a call that has resounded here in this Assembly for decades: the need to put an end to the economic, commercial and financial blockade imposed against the Republic of Cuba. This blockade is outdated and contrary to the principles of peaceful coexistence and solidarity between nations. The Cuban people have shown resilience, but it is time for the international community, in particular the United Nations, to intensify its efforts to correct this injustice in the name of peace and human dignity. We also reaffirm our support for Morocco's sovereignty and congratulate the political initiatives developed in the search for a peaceful and credible solution to the dispute. We also welcome the strategic projects launched by the Kingdom of Morocco, such as the Morocco-Nigeria gas pipeline and the Atlantic Africa Initiative, which reflect the vision of regional integration and sustainable growth. Excellencies, in conclusion, we would like to reaffirm that our presence here is a testimony to our faith in the United Nations and its ideals. Despite our limited resources, we bring to the global table our tireless will to contribute to a fairer, safer and more sustainable world. São Tomé and Príncipe is ready to do its part and continues to work hand in hand with all the nations present to build a better future for all. Thank you very much.
On
behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Democratic Republic of São Tomé and Príncipe. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Majesty King Letsie III, King of the Kingdom of Lesotho. I request protocol to escort His Majesty, and I invite him to address the Assembly.
Your Excellency, the President of the 79th session of the General Assembly, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Your Excellency, Mr. Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General of the United Nations, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. President, I wish to congratulate you on your well-deserved election to the office of President of the 79th session of the General Assembly. I'm confident that with your vast experience and wealth of knowledge, you will successfully guide the Assembly to live up to its commitments. I therefore assure you of my delegation's full support and cooperation in all your endeavors. I would also like to pay my tribute to your predecessor, Mr. Dennis Francis, for the excellent manner in which he discharged his duties as President of the Assembly during the 78th session. To Secretary General Mr. Antonio Guterres, I express my country's deep gratitude and unwavering support for your exceptional work on behalf of humanity, especially amidst the significant challenges facing multilateralism today. Under your leadership, the United Nations has navigated numerous obstacles, including the COVID-19 pandemic, escalating debt crises, and the impacts of climate change. In your address to the General Assembly, you highlighted the importance of peace within communities, peace with justice, peace with dignity, and peace with nature, emphasizing that building peace is humanity's greatest responsibility. The UN was founded on the belief that nations can and should live together in peace and work with each other to resolve conflicts peacefully for the betterment of our lives. It also established the framework for justice, respect for international law, and the promotion of global socio-economic development. As the UN celebrates its 79th anniversary this year, we must reaffirm the enduring conviction of our founders and reassert their sense of purpose. As I stand here today, I resonate with these sentiments, drawing from our nation's history and experiences. This year, Lesotho commemorates 200 years since the founding of the Basotho Nation, with the pinnacle of this celebration occurring on the 4th of October. What, then, can we, as a smaller nation, contribute to the global discourse on peace? Mr. President, Lesotho was founded on the principle of peace, kgotso. Our founder, Morena Moshoeshoe I, cherished peace as one of his core values. Writers and researchers have described him as, and I quote, "no common man," as someone who stands out clear in the light, original, able, enlightened, and upright. His humanity, his mildness, his love of peace and justice, his horror of war, his forbearance under extreme provocation are conspicuous upon every occasion. End of quote. These are qualities that have inspired us as Basotho. Morena Moshoeshoe I was able to bring together different tribal groups, avert conflicts, and negotiate lasting peace that to this day we strive to maintain. Basotho are a nation built on tolerance, inclusion, and unity, which are also the key principles enshrined in the Secretary General's new agenda for peace. It is in this context that we hail as most appropriate the theme chosen for our general debate this year, namely, leaving no one behind, acting together for the advancement of peace, sustainable development, and human dignity for present and future generations. The relevance of this theme at the present juncture in international relations is beyond doubt. Through collective action, we can conquer the challenges facing humanity and realize a sustainable future for all. However, this will require leaders with humanity, mildness, a love of peace and justice, horror of war, and forbearance under extreme provocation. These are ideals that can be achieved. My ancestor, as testified by many, was the embodiment of these traits which built a nation that stands to this day. Business as usual will not preserve our world as we know it. The enjoyment and exercise of human rights and attainment of sustainable peace and development require a deliberate, fundamental shift and commitment by the world's leadership. In the words of another of my ancestors, and I quote, "Always be slow to take arms at all times. I beseech you, lean upon this rod of peace. Always keep it clear in your mind that it is far more profitable to harvest food in the grain fields than to kill men in the battlefields." End of quote. In today's rapidly changing world, the UN has continued to forge peace in conflict-ridden areas around the world, promoting human rights and lifting thousands out of poverty. Lesotho reaffirms its commitment to advance this collective vision of an effective United Nations to ensure a prosperous and a lasting future for all our people. Mr. President, the world faces significant challenges as the deadline for achieving the Sustainable Development Goals approaches. The 2024 SDG report indicates that only 16% of the targets are on track to be met by 2030, while 84% show limited or reversed progress. The UNCTAD 2024 report highlights a troubling trend where 48 developing countries spend more on loan interest payments to developed nations than on essential services like education and health. This economic inequality drives migration, and as refugees seek better opportunities, often leading to xenophobia and conflict in host countries. Addressing this inequality is crucial for fostering inclusive development and ensuring global peace and stability. To enhance the implementation of the 2030 Agenda, my government plans to present its third voluntary national review on sustainable development in 2025. Achieving this goal requires stronger partnerships and increased financial support, particularly for vulnerable countries that are both least developed and landlocked. the current crises of hunger, poverty, disease, and climate change threaten to reverse the progress made over the last century. In Lesotho, climate change exacerbates environmental degradation, impacting agriculture, water resources, and energy supplies, leading to food shortages, which have compelled our government to declare a state of emergency in food security. However, we are committed to responding to these challenges by pursuing opportunities that will enable greater self-sufficiency for the country. Lesotho's stock in trade is a high-quality suite of renewable energy resources of sun, wind, and a plentiful supply of the purest mountain water. We are therefore in a position to establish a sustainable renewable energy and water economy. Our priority is to satisfy the deficit in our domestic energy demand and to export clean energy and high-quality water to the region. Our goal to fully meet commitments of the Paris Accord well in advance of 2050 will be attained, with the potential of Lesotho being among the first countries in Africa to be a fully carbon-neutral electricity generator. We seek our own opportunity to navigate our own way in this complex world. Mr. President, it is essential to restore dignity and hope for women, youth, and marginalized communities who continue to experience a disproportionate level of vulnerabilities and disadvantages. Gender equality and the protection of women and girls from violence are fundamental human rights that must be prioritized. The government of Lesotho has implemented policies and laws to address these issues in line with regional and international commitments. Additionally, we continue to combat diseases like HIV/AIDS, achieving significant progress with 95% of those living with HIV knowing their status, 94% receiving treatment, and 98% of those on treatment virally suppressed. Since 2010, we have successfully reduced new HIV infections by 74%, demonstrating our commitment to public health and social equity. Mr. President, global peace and security are under threat from terrorism, illicit arms flows, organized crime, cybercrime, and financial crimes, hindering progress towards sustainable peace. This worrying state of affairs demands collective and resolute action to protect global peace, security, and stability for the benefit of all humanity. Mediation has proven effective in saving lives, minimizing resource costs, and preventing infrastructure destruction while facilitating reconciliation between opposing parties. Despite the UN's focus on peaceful dispute resolution, political tensions among member states have limited its mediation efforts. It is therefore essential for the UN Security Council to take a proactive leading role in the mediation of disputes. To achieve this, the Council must adopt a multilateral approach, as we believe this is the only way to ensure transparency, impartiality, and a sense of ownership of the mediation process by the wider UN membership. For this reason, we warmly welcome the Secretary General's new agenda for peace, which emphasizes the urgent need to rebuild mechanisms for managing disputes and enhancing trust among member states and regional frameworks. Mr. President, respecting and upholding human rights is a fundamental obligation of all states as outlined in the United Nations Charter. Self-determination and independence are essential rights that should be accessible to all people. We urge the full implementation of United Nations resolutions aimed at ending all forms of colonialism and occupation, particularly emphasizing the need for the self-determination of the people of the Western Sahara. Mr. President, the situation in the Middle East, especially the ongoing human rights violations in Gaza, requires urgent attention. We renew our call for a ceasefire, as both the General Assembly and the Security Council have repeatedly advocated for one. The high cost of war is a burden humanity should not bear. We believe in a two-state solution that allows Israelis and Palestinians to coexist peacefully and securely. Genuine dialogue and mediation, respecting the rights and concerns of both parties, are crucial for resolving the Palestine question. Additionally, we call for a mediated solution to the unilateral coercive measures on Cuba, as the international community has consistently demanded the lifting of the economic and commercial embargo. Cuba, like all member states, deserves the right to participate freely in international trade. And we also reiterate our call for the lifting of sanctions on Zimbabwe. Mr. President, to conclude, we would like to reiterate our belief in the principle of subsidiarity, recognizing the Security Council's primary responsibility for maintaining international peace and security. We, therefore, call for greater and more effective cooperation between the Council and regional organizations as outlined in Chapter 8 of the UN Charter. The strengthening of this cooperation is crucial for the swift resolution of regional conflicts. We believe that the Security Council should be more representative of UN membership to ensure its decisions enjoy greater legitimacy. Therefore, we advocate for a comprehensive reform of the Security Council, supporting the common African position known as the Isolini Consensus. We also believe that the UN should continue to be a place where all our aspirations for a better and secure life for humanity must be championed. Let us work together to build a United Nations that reflects a broad consensus among member states, reinforcing its central role in global governance and fostering collaboration with regional organizations while ensuring that all members respect its charter. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the King of the Kingdom of Lesotho. The Assembly will hear an address by Her Excellency Gordana Silyanovska-Davgova, President of the Republic of North Macedonia. I request protocol to escort Her Excellency and invite her to address the Assembly.
Distinguished President of the United Nations General Assembly, esteemed Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Those more familiar with the Macedonian case know about the Scillas and the Charybdis that my homeland, the small Balkan state, has passed through and is still passing through. Although indirectly, as one of the 6 constituent Yugoslav republics, we participated in the creation of the United Nations, yet, upon its admission to the United Nations in 1993, we faced a great injustice. Namely, the country was admitted under the temporary reference, the former Yugoslav Republic of Macedonia, along with the additional condition, I quote, to negotiate until a final solution to the name issue is found, end of quote. In 2018, we ratified and signed the PRESPA agreement, a process that was followed by an unsuccessful referendum and constitutional changes, following which the Republic of Macedonia legally and formally became the Republic of North Macedonia. As a professor of constitutional law and as a former member of the Venice Commission, I do know that what is legal is not always just and legitimate, because in the case of my country, it was not acted in accordance with international and national law, namely, the right to self-determination of every nation guaranteed by the UN Charter and the Constitution of the then Federal Yugoslavia from 1974 was forgotten. The line that divides what is legal from what is just is sometimes merely a crack, but other times it is a profound gap and even an abyss. That gap, that abyss, most often and most severely affects the small nations and states, which are the first victims of the clash between force and justice, because this can be an insurmountable obstacle to realizing the right to progress. Of course, the new name is indeed a formal and legal reality, and my country, the Republic of North Macedonia, as a responsible member state of the United Nations and of NATO, is fulfilling its international obligations. Still, the EU membership for which all of this was done not only did not come true, but the Macedonian citizens are now facing a repeated final condition for another constitutional amendment, but now not for membership, but for the start of negotiations, and this for the second time. To us, membership in the European Union after 20 years of negotiations and 16 positive European Commission reports resembles Mr. Godot, because we have been waiting for him since 2005, always encouraged by international representatives with the refrain, just this one condition more, just this one concession more, just this one constitutional amendment more. Thus, we became a sui generis state with 36 constitutional amendments in 30 years, anchored in the geopolitical region called the Western Balkans. As a peace-loving country, committed to good neighborliness and regional cooperation, we expect understanding and cooperation from our neighbors without the threat of a veto. Because if there is a veto, there is often no justice. The veto has turned into an instrument for bilateralization of European integration, or in other words, its stagnation. In conditions of conflict on the European soil, the stagnation of the European integration not only demotivates Macedonian citizens and slows down reforms, but it also destabilizes the region of Southeast Europe, leaving room for penetration of malignant imperial and great power influences. Enlargement must be tied to the meritocratic Copenhagen criteria, and it must be freed from the veto linked to the attempt to revise history and to disrespect national and cultural identity. From our European and strategic partners, we expect understanding and fair and just unblocking of the process of negotiations for membership in the European Union, rejecting double standards and respecting our own principles and values embedded in the fundamental constitutional documents. The European reunification is like an unfinished symphony without us. The European Union is not only a political system, it is also a political philosophy in which the largest number of Macedonian and Balkan political actors and citizens do believe. Integration is a powerful motive and a key driving force for democratic development. The full integration of the Balkans into the EU will put an end to the endless redrawing of borders and so-called Balkanization as a phenomenon. However, and of course, the Balkan states must behave in compliance with the European standards by regionally connecting and cooperating. The experience is valuable, and the help of the countries of the region that have become part of the EU already is precious. Same goes for those that are on the European path. We must learn to support each other, as was the case with the COVID pandemics, floods, and fires, instead of blocking each other on our European journey. Homo Balkanicus can become Homo Europicus whenever he wants. Esteemed Excellencies, the line that divides the legal from the just is not only intertwined in the Macedonian case, but also in almost all issues that are on the United Nations agenda, including those covered by the topic of this year's general debate, leaving no one behind and acting together for the advancement of peace, sustainable development, and human dignity for present and future generations. We are faced with some big questions. Let me start with the most important one: peace. Is a just peace possible when we are faced with more and more wars and flagrant violations of the Charter of the United Nations? Is a just peace possible with the deepening militarization of politics and the new arms race? Is human dignity possible in an environment of double standards, when human life is not equally valued and when the sufferings of innocent victims in conflicts are not treated equally? How can we achieve a fair and just development plunged into the race for profit at the expense of the nations and of the planet, when global public resources are sacrificed, marginalized, stuck at the periphery, forgotten in national and corporate policies and actions? How can we achieve social justice in conditions of growing economic, educational, gender, and digital disparity between states and within the states themselves, with less and less winners and more losers from globalization and digitalization, the former sinking into decadence and the latter into pauperization? How will we ensure generational justice if we continue with the irresponsible and uncontrolled exploitation of limited resources? How will we create a safe and sustainable future for our descendants if we continue with ecocidal production practices and consumer habits that leave a world choked with air pollution, poisoned with pesticides, and littered with plastic. With the alarming level of greenhouse gas emissions that are rapidly leading to climate change with catastrophic consequences, can we even talk about responsibility, or should we start thinking about survival or our ability to live? The main problem is that all those injustices are systemic, which means that if they are not legalized, then they are tacitly tolerated. What is legal, unfortunately, is not always just and moral, if I may say this once again. Why is this so? In the most famous dialogue about power and justice, Thucydides recalls that justice is a word that has value in disputes between men only when both sides are of equal strength. In other cases, the strong do what they can and the weak what they must. However, the United Nations exist to ennoble this cruel Thucydidean world by securing legal equality among nations, taming the power of the great, and protecting the smaller nations. This legal equality is a prerequisite for achieving the highest goals of the United Nations: peace and security, human rights, and sustainable development. The United Nations exist to bridge, or at least to narrow, the gap between the legal and the just. We are facing a big challenge. How can the legal become just? Or how can the just become legal? And how can the legal and the just be implemented? Respected attendees, there are no simple, inexpensive, and painless solutions to this dual challenge. Here, in the solemn hall of the General Assembly, for years world leaders have shared their experiences and disappointments from the United Nations, which, not infrequently, oscillate between two extremes: utopian optimism on one hand, and nihilistic pessimism on the other. Still, reality is complex and contains both successes and failures. The United Nations have prevented another world war, but they failed to prevent and preclude regional conflicts, including the war in Ukraine and the bloodshed in the Middle East, the scenes of which resemble Picasso's Guernica. The World Organization has lifted millions of people out of poverty, but it still fails to eradicate hunger. With the right to self-determination, it accelerated the process of decolonization, but failed to bridge the gap between the rich North and the poor South. The United Nations are the main driver for resolving global security, migration, health, environmental, energy, and climate crisis, but hardly any of them are fully and justly resolved. The resolutions of this very General Assembly reflect the will of the majority of nations, but are not always consistently respected. The International Court of Justice is the ultimate instance of justice between states, and yet its judgments are not always implemented or even treated as advice. The world is going through a turbulent geopolitical, economic, scientific, technological, and industrial transformation in which man has a huge impact on the planet. I fear man is destroying the Garden of Eden and will be kicked out of it again unless the UN supports him. But the competencies, structures, and procedures of the United Nations seem to have been frozen at the time of their founding in 1945. Instead of increased cooperation and action on pressing issues, the geopolitical rivalry and the new arms race are intensifying, that are rapidly pushing us towards a state resembling a new Second Cold War and Orwell's World II. We have rarely needed the United Nations so much as we do today, and yet the United Nations have rarely been as politically marginalized as they are today. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, to overcome this political marginalization, what we need is a new spirit of multilateralism that will alleviate geopolitical rivalries and will increase the trust and cooperation among states around shared challenges. That multilateralism rests on 3 pillars. The first pillar is the consistent compliance with the Charter of the United Nations and international law, which exists to protect the weaker from the predatory instincts of the stronger. In this context, the Macedonian state firmly perseveres on the stance that territorial claims and the attempt to acquire territory by force are a flagrant violation of the Charter of the United Nations. When dangerous precedents go unchallenged, they transform into tolerated practices that threaten world peace and security. Therefore, we support efforts for a sustainable, just, and lasting peace in Ukraine based on international law, including the UN Charter. In that regard, we fully complied with the common foreign and security policy of the European Union. This is important to us, since wars and conflicts also affect peace and stability of Southeast Europe and the Western Balkans. Multilateralism also depends on the respect of international treaties. As a country committed to good neighborliness and regional cooperation, we respect bilateral agreements with our neighbors and expect our neighbors to respect the agreements without abusing the right to a veto. The second pillar of multilateralism is consistent implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals and the related Paris Agreement and the Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction. At national level, with the support of the United Nations and its agencies, we are incorporating the 2030 Agenda into our long-term development strategies, policies, and laws. High on our agenda are climate action and green and just transition, gender equality, and fight against discrimination against women and girls, as well as inclusion of young people in decision-making processes. 2/3 of the Sustainable Development Goals are directly related to the European legislation, and so the United Nations are helping us implement European reforms as well. For this, we are indeed grateful. I see the third pillar of the new multilateralism in a greater commitment to the reform of the United Nations, which will be substantive, not cosmetic and corrective, a reform that will unlock the potential of the United Nations and enable the voice of every state, large or small, to be equally heard and valued. The first set of reforms should help align the United Nations with the new challenges and new development priorities. The more frequent extreme weather phenomena caused by climate change are just a prelude to what kind of future awaits us and our descendants if humanity's attitude towards nature and the planet does not fundamentally change. We need a new social contract, as per Rousseau, but also a natural contract, as per Michel Serra, based on which we will treat nature as a partner. The second set of reforms would cover the structures and procedures of the United Nations, starting with the voting rules, through financing, up to the autonomy of the Secretary General. As I said, if there is a veto, there is often no justice. It is an undisputable fact that the right to a veto is legal, but the question is, how just is it? If and when it is used to paralyze processes on which the attainment of the goals of the Charter and the expectations of the people of the world depend. It is necessary for the General Assembly to be given a greater role in decision-making as a representative body of the nations in the spirit of the legitimacy of the Security Council springs from the General Assembly, so it should function as a kind of coalition government of nations. The third set of reforms would strengthen the United Nations mechanism to protect vulnerable populations and groups, which is especially important today when the number of victims and refugees is at its highest level since World War II. Respected attendees, next year, 2025, we will celebrate the 80th anniversary since the founding of the United Nations. This year is the last call. The United Nations will either become an engine that moves the world towards a more humane, a more just and sustainable order based on inclusive and accountable governance, or it will be reduced to a passive bureaucratic structure completely dependent on the main actors in the geopolitical processes and relations. Only a fundamentally reformed United Nations can bridge the gap between the legal and the just, and thus contribute to a truly transformed world in which no one will be left behind and forgotten.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of North Macedonia. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Luis Lacalle Pou, President of the Eastern Republic of Uruguay. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Buenas tardes para todos.
A very good afternoon, everyone. I would like to greet everyone here, all delegations. Today is my last speech here as President to this Assembly, and I would like to take this opportunity to greet everyone here, and in particular the delegation of Uruguay, who has worked so hard here at the United Nations. As this is my last statement, I was looking over the previous statements I had delivered, And in these previous statements, there was a common thread. And this is in line with how I see my vision for our country and how states relate between each other. This is the concept of freedom with responsibility. Responsible freedom. I would venture to say that the first can't exist without the second. The life in society is about the development of the individual and at the same time the common good. That is what our Constitution said since our country became independent. And of course this has evolved over time with the changes in social customs. It is impossible to understand humanity without understanding the concessions that the individuals make for the common good. Essentially, we are social beings, and this ultimately impacts everyone, or at least that should be the case. And that is what inspired me as president of my country and in the spirit that I have come with to this assembly. I am convinced that globalization will only continue further, and this represents an excellent opportunity to understand ourselves better and to take advantage of the synergies that can be taken advantage of when different cultures meet. This can be the case provided that we are tolerant and respectful of those who may think differently from us. At the same time, we must also deepen the criterion of freedom and justice, in particular here at the international stage. For this to be possible, we must all make this effort as far as we are able to. The effort to make concessions, of course, that doesn't mean the loss of freedom or independence or the loss of any sovereignty. At the same time, we also need to have fair mechanisms where international law is applied to all equally, regardless of the country's size and regardless of the country's economic power. We must work together to build international law, which is credible and robust. Agreements, treaties, conventions, documents that are signed and are not implemented only leads to weakening international law. Of course, no country was obliged to participate in these organizations. That means that we can be, and we are, critical of how the organizations work in some ways. But what's the other option? It would be to isolate oneself in this interconnected world. Well, that wouldn't make any sense. So, a large part of the freedom within our countries and the international stage, and to uphold justice, a large part of this falls on those who govern and leaders. And in this modern world, where speeches lead to actions, an important leader, just with what they say, can lead to positive or negative repercussions in their country or indeed beyond. That means that we must be much more careful when we try to stimulate unity and not division within and beyond nations. Politics has meant that some leaders have used division as a tool to reach power and to stay in power. But of course, there's one thing to defend one's own beliefs or those shared by some individuals, and it's quite another thing to attack others' beliefs and others' way of life. In some countries, formal democracy in terms of elections, constitutions, and laws, such as the material, which is the material democracy that citizens experience on a daily basis, sometimes when that is weakened, that means that people's freedom can be affected. And I cannot ignore to mention what is happening in Venezuela. Among other things, because this isn't a new position that we are taking. Fortunately, we have always been far from this authoritarian regime, this intolerant regime, which has attacked freedom and the common good. We all know what has been going on for quite a while in that country. And many governments and many global leaders have turned a blind eye. And for a lack of interest, some of them, or unfortunately because of their interests, for some. I'm not going to go into the situation of the elections. Ultimately, one has to call out the regime and the situation of the elections, and not just the distorted electoral process. This also has to be done in terms of the political persecution that is going on and the violations of human rights and arbitrary detentions. I know that many heads of state and government have spoken about this. It seems to me that now is the time to act. We need to act for Venezuela and for the Venezuelan people. And also, if the international community tolerates these attitudes, then we'll just wait to see what the next country would be that would be subjected to a similar fate as the Venezuelans are. Another matter that I touched upon in my previous statements here pertains to the environment and the economy. What we have as a vocation in terms of caring for the environment, there's always this separation that we see between the economy and the environment. And the first time that I came to this assembly and I heard speeches from heads of state on this matter, since then I am pleased to see that there has been something of an evolution, quite a quick evolution on this matter. Now we are seeing how the economy and the environment are interlinked, and this is excellent news for humanity. Sustainable financing, for instance. My country has been a pioneer in issuing instruments such as green bonds or access to loans, where fulfilling environmental goals and caring for the environment is tied to these financial products according to performance. And this has a very important and interesting domino effect because it helps states to access financing and also to care for the environment. But also governments can then reward producers and those in industry for good behavior, for caring for the environment and for creating a clean economy. And ultimately that will lead to greater benefits in the future. I mentioned a few minutes ago the concept of justice and international law. Now this law is applied differently in different cases. There are countries who pollute, and we see some countries who are making major efforts to try to improve their environmental situation. In order for this path to be sustainable in the medium and long term, the goals domestically should be fulfilled for each country, and at the same time, countries need to shoulder economic commitments. And in addition to just undertaking commitments, they have to fulfill them, because in the absence of this implementation, ultimately that would lead to a loss of stimulus in caring for the environment. Lastly, I just wish to mention one other point that I have also touched upon previously. And on this there hasn't been much positive change. I'm convinced that it is not possible to fully enjoy freedom in the international community if there isn't the freedom of trade, if there isn't free trade. Protectionism has hindered the development of our peoples. It has led to a vicious cycle where isolation is being stimulated and protectionism is being stimulated given these barriers that are being erected. We have to aim for a more open world for other countries' goods and services, and that does not in any way mean neglecting the domestic economy. It is possible to have open-facing policies in terms of trade and also stimulate the domestic economy. We have to build a more open world if we really believe in the equality of opportunities. The reverse case would be clear. That is to say, we would not be able to generate wealth and generate jobs, and ultimately not be able to generate prosperity if we do not do this. I wish to repeat today a concept that I mentioned in one of my previous statements to this Assembly. We are all one. I, at that point, was referring to the lessons of the pandemic. If some people hadn't noticed that at the time. Ultimately, this is an affirmation of common sense. And I think it should also be a compass for us in our daily work as we exercise power, both domestically and also in our bilateral relations and in the multilateral domain as well. Believe me, I am convinced that we will progress much more quickly and much more united if we do this. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Eastern Republic of Uruguay. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Ratu Williame Mavalili Katunavere, President of the Republic of Fiji. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
President of the United Nations General Assembly, Your Excellency Philemon Yang, Secretary General Antonio Guterres, my fellow leaders. I bring you greetings from the people of Fiji. I would also like to offer sincere congratulations to you, Mr. President, on your election to your high office, and we wish you well in the discharge of your important duties. As this is my first United Nations General Assembly, I begin by reiterating the words of the first Prime Minister of Fiji, the late Ratu Sir Kamisesemara, in his inaugural address to this Assembly in 1970, And may I quote, "We do not live by bread alone, and it is only from the firm base of sound moral and spiritual standards that we can go on to meaningful economic progress. Quality should not take second place to quantity, especially when we are estimating society, its life and accepted values. Quality is measured by standards, and these standards must be observed by larger nations as well as by smaller. But it is for the United Nations to set the standards and to disseminate them widely," unquote. This statement was made when the United Nations was celebrating its 25th anniversary with the theme, Peace, Justice, and Progress. In this assembly, 54 years later, the theme of the 79th session, Unity in Diversity for the Advancement of Peace, Sustainable Development, and Human Dignity for Everyone and Everywhere, echoes similar sentiments. It resonates with us in its importance, its relevance, from when Fiji first joined the United Nations in its urgency in today's precarious global context. Climate change, sea level rise, pandemics, poverty, unsustainable development, conflicts, inequalities, injustice everywhere. The challenges are daunting. From Gaza to Sudan, Ukraine, Afghanistan, and beyond. Conflicts rage on as humanitarian needs escalate. These are the challenges we have been fighting since time immemorial. It is the background against which the United Nations was established in 1945. Today, the rapid evolution of technology has made us more connected than ever before in history. However, the more connected we are, the wider gaps between the rich and the poor, the developed and the developing world. Small island developed states who are on the forefront lines of climate change and sea level rise continue to grapple with the impacts of climate-induced disasters with devastating consequences for the ecosystem and vulnerable communities. Fellow leaders, this year, at least 72 countries whose population combined comprises almost half the world's total population have already or will soon select their own leaders at the polls. The world is in need of courageous leaders who are willing to garner the political will and mobilize the resources to bridge the divide and seek solutions that benefit humankind. We have two choices before us: to give up and go home, or to stay the course, renew, redouble our efforts, rethink, and reform together. The choice we make will be our legacy. We choose the latter, not for ourselves, but for those coming after us. Strong international cooperation, diplomacy, and a commitment to upholding the principles of the United Nations are not only important, but dispensable. It is time to go back to the basics, the foundation and purpose of the United Nations Charter. We must invest in the empowerment of humankind and the protection of human rights. Fellow leaders, next year, the United Nations turns 80. The United Nations is only as strong as its member states. For 79 years, the global community has placed in trust in multilateralism and in the United Nations to foster cooperation, uphold human rights, and promote stability. We now live in an age of distrust, fueled by the increasing disconnect between people's expectations and inadequate responses to the multilateral system. It is our collective responsibility to counter misinformation and disinformation. Trust is a prerequisite for effective multilateralism. The continued success of multilateralism is critical. There is more to be done to ensure the voices of our countries are heard. An inclusive and responsive multilateral system must be able to respond and adapt to the challenges of today. The stakes are high for developing countries, including small island developing states and least developed countries that can continue to be left behind in the development race as we grapple with multiple crises. Despite our limited resources, the unfairness of the global governance system, and obvious inequalities, small island developing states continue to forge ahead. We do not have the luxury of time, nor can we justify inaction. Building economic resilience is a requirement for sustainable development in small island developing states. Recovery from the frequency and the magnitude of climate-related shocks, including disaster, are a costly affair. Mobilizing the upfront funding needed for adaptation remains a challenge as resources are focused on recovery and reconstruction. The adoption of the Multidimensional Vulnerability Index for small island states opens a new chapter in the ongoing effort to safeguard the future of vulnerable developing countries. Mainstreaming Multidimensional Vulnerability Index into existing practice with policies will help ease the economic burden for small island developing states when needed the most. Fellow leaders, cultivating a culture of peace is now more urgent than ever. The Blue Pacific continent knows the value of peace, having lived through its horrors of its absence. Our oceans and its diverse and vibrant lands have been a theater of the two world wars and a testing ground for the most dangerous weapons, the impacts of which are still felt today. Yesterday, the 25th of September, there was an unilateral test firing of ballistic missile into the Pacific Ocean. We urge respect for our region and call for cessation of such action. Under Principle 4 of the Ocean of Peace, as was endorsed by the Pacific leaders in Tonga last month, our statement reinforces the Pacific's peaceful example to uphold international law and urge others to refrain from actions that undermine peace and security in the Blue Pacific. Under Principle 12, the Oceans of Peace sets and champions the rules of responsible, peaceful, and deconflicting behavior. Fiji may be a small state, but through our leadership and stewardship roles in the region, we make a profound contribution to regionalism and multilateralism. Fiji's first ever foreign policy white paper builds on the three interconnecting themes of Fiji's foreign policy: sovereignty, security, and prosperity. Fiji's National Development Plan for 2025 to 2029 envisions empowering the people of Fiji through unity, based on the pillars of economic resilience, people empowerment, and good governance. True to the spirit of multilateralism, our bilateral, regional, and multilateral development partners are a key part of our efforts. We commit to the principles of the 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific continent and to the Pacific leaders' vision of a prosperous Blue Pacific continent. Fellow leaders, as a large ocean state, Fiji is a proud advocate for the United Nations Convention on the Laws of the Sea. Fiji has signed and will ratify the agreement on biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction in the lead-up to the Third Nations Oceans Conference in France. Fiji has ratified the World Trade Organization agreement on fisheries subsidies, which aims to eliminate harmful subsidies that contribute to illegal, unregulated, and unreported fishing. We call for a concerted effort at the World Trade Organization to finalize Part 2 of the Fisheries Subsidies Agreement that addresses subsidies to overfishing and overcapacity. Fiji reiterates the importance of understanding the vast ocean space, guided by science and data, in order to undertake risk-informed decisions. As the global community prepares for the climate COP in Baku, Azerbaijan, we call on countries to work together with the United Nations to implement the outcomes of the global stock take undertaken in COP28. Deep, rapid, and sustained reductions in greenhouse gas emissions in line with the 1.5 degrees Celsius must be vigorously pursued and accelerated. The phase-out of unweighted coal power, transitioning away from fossil fuels, in energy systems will contribute to the achievements of net zero targets by 2050. Both adaptation and mitigation finances require a substantial increase. We call on states to commit to finalizing the new collective quantified goal and address glaring gaps in climate finance. The momentum from COP27 and COP28 on the Loss and Damage Fund and the Santiago Network must be accelerated in order to protect vulnerable communities who stand to lose most from the climate crisis, particularly in small island developing states and least developed countries. By 2050, around 240 of our coastal communities will be displaced due to sea level rise. 42 communities are in urgent need of relocation. With limitation of the multilateral climate financing architecture, Fiji has established the world's first national relocation trust fund to support our relocation costs. We have issued domestic and international green and blue bonds, piloted low-cost parametric insurance products for rural communities, and engaged in the private sector in climate resilience building. We call on our development partners to support our efforts. Fellow leaders, the Pact of the Future, adopted at the Summit of the Future earlier this week, opens pathways to new possibilities. The world deserves a future of peace, dignity, and prosperity. It's never too late. Mr. President, Excellencies, Fiji's commitment to multilateralism is unwavering. We will continue to work closely with the United Nations and all member states to advance efforts towards building a better, safer, and a fairer world for us all. And I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Fiji. The Assembly will continue its consideration of Agenda Item 8, entitled General Debate. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Teodoro Ngema Obiang Mangwe, Vice President in charge of National Defense and State Security of the Republic of Equatorial Guinea. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Excelentissimo.
Your Excellency, President of the 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly, heads of state and government, heads of delegations, Your Excellency, United Nations Secretary General, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of His Excellency Obiang Ngema Basogo, President of the Republic of Equatorial Guinea, allow me first of all to congratulate His Excellency Philemon Yang upon his unanimous election as President of this 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly. And I wish also to congratulate the other members of the Bureau. We can assure them that they will have the full support and cooperation of the Republic of Equatorial Guinea throughout their presidency. In the same vein, we would like to commend His Excellency Mr. Dennis Francis, the outgoing President, whose presidency saw the achievement of many important resolutions that bear witness to his brilliant leadership and also his decisive dynamism that he was able to show during his term in office. President, the topic for this 79th session of the General Assembly states as follows: leaving no one behind, acting together for the advancement of peace, sustainable development, and human dignity for present and future generations. That is a theme that is very pertinent given the current state of affairs around the world, including major global challenges such as wars, the existence of armed groups, terrorism, crises brought about by the effects of climate change, organized criminal gangs, the possibility of emerging health crises, discrimination, and the food crisis as a result of armed conflicts that trigger it or may lead to hunger in different countries. Indeed, this backdrop requires us all to recall the need and importance of giving greater emphasis to multilateralism and international cooperation. These are crucial if we are able to overcome these global challenges that humanity is currently facing. We also must promote sustained economic growth and sustainable development. This pursuant to the relevant resolutions of the General Assembly, as well as recent conferences and summits held under the aegis of the United Nations. Equatorial Guinea has an unwavering stance vis-à-vis the conflicts that are currently raging throughout the world. We are clear about the need to prioritize the quest through all means to ensure the prevalence of peace throughout the world by using preventive diplomacy, negotiation, and inclusive dialogue at all times to put an end to these conflicts. We call upon those countries that are immersed in the current conflicts and all governments who directly or indirectly are involved in said conflicts as a result of geostrategic, economic, neocolonial, or other interests. We call on all of these countries to prioritize dialogue and inclusive negotiations in a realistic and pragmatic manner so as to resolve these conflicts. The proliferation of so many conflicts around the world is further proof of the obsolescence, incapacity, and inefficiency of the United Nations Security Council today. What we are currently seeing in terms of what this decision-making body is able to do is ultimately the struggle as a result of geostrategic interests that make it even more difficult for unanimous decisions to be taken by this body to resolve these conflicts and to alleviate the suffering of people and the loss of innocent lives. That is why there is an urgent need to reform the Security Council. We must reform it so that we put an end to its obsolete composition, which dates back to 1945, and that obtains still today, which means that Africa is the main victim of a historic injustice and the lack of implementation of international law, because Africa is the only country that does not have permanent representation on the Security Council, the only continent that does not have permanent representation on the Council. Africa, in the context of the Azawini Consensus and CERT declaration has for more than 2 decades been calling for this injustice to be corrected. We are calling for Africa to be given 2 permanent seats with all the relevant prerogatives and rights reserved to members of this category. We are also calling for 5 additional non-permanent seats on the Council. We hope that the contacts that there are between the permanent members and the African Union Committee of 10, C10, to address this issue, we hope that they will reach satisfactory outcomes that will be of benefit to all stakeholders, so that ultimately we will end up with a Security Council that is able to promote a fairer, more peaceful, equitable and prosperous world for all. President, Equatorial Guinea is deeply concerned by the increasingly serious situation that countries in the Sahel are experiencing. This has very deleterious repercussions for the development of these countries, and it directly and indirectly affects countries in the sub-region as well. This state of affairs is the result of the interference, pressure and blockades applied on countries of the Global South by some other countries. The only aim here is to try to destabilize the countries and to paralyze the efforts of African countries to ensure that their people can prosper. There is no country in the world that is perfect domestically. However, some countries have attempted to be judges and arbiters, to intervene in and lecture other countries, which are nevertheless sovereign. They interfere in the domestic affairs of other countries with clear meddling. All countries in the world are sovereign, and they therefore have the right to decide with which country to maintain relations and to sign bilateral agreements that would benefit their respective governments and peoples. President, we fail to understand why the embargo on Cuba has not yet been lifted. The economic, commercial and financial blockade on that country, which has gone on for various decades, must be lifted. Equatorial Guinea calls for the embargo on Cuba to be immediately lifted, and also for this country to be taken off the infamous lists of states that are alleged to be sponsors of terrorism. Lifting this embargo is even more necessary now, because we have just adopted by consensus the Pact of the Future, and this states that we will leave no country behind. It is crystal clear that African economies can become major actors in global supply chains. They can make use of their vast resources and raw materials which are necessary for advanced technologies and their own consumption markets, which are only growing. That is why Africa deserves particular attention in terms of efforts and initiatives to support and finance development. The commitments to finance the sustainable development must be honored, so that the goals contained in the UN 2030 agenda can be implemented, and so that we can implement the goals contained in the 2063 agenda of the African Union and leave no one behind. Equatorial Guinea is committed to promoting and protecting human rights as a global issue. This includes the plan for children's rights to eliminate racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and relevant and related forms of intolerance, the rights of persons with disabilities, the rights to food, housing, countries' rights to use and commercialize their natural resources to meet their people's needs. Against this backdrop, we also need to consider humanitarian rights. We are seeing these rights being violated systematically in the ongoing conflicts. People in the conflict zones are being deprived of the humanitarian aid that they so sorely need, both in terms of food and healthcare. Equatorial Guinea wishes to make clear its major concern about the crisis that Haiti is experiencing. We think there needs to be an in-depth analysis about the chronic situation that this brother country is in, so that a sustainable solution can be found for it. That is why we will continue to propose holding a United Nations International Conference for Haiti. I conclude my statement by reiterating our congratulations to our brother, His Excellency Philemon Yang, and we would like to wish him the best of success during his presidency at this session of the General Assembly. Again, we assure him of the full support of the Republic of Equatorial Guinea. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Vice President in charge of National Defense and State Security of the Republic of Equatorial Guinea. The Assembly will hear an address by Her Excellency Uduch Sengabao Senyor, Vice President and Minister of Justice of Palau. I request protocol to escort Her Excellency and invite her to address the Assembly.
Secretary General Antonio Guterres, President Philemon Yang, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Ali, and warm greetings from Palau. Mr. President, allow me to begin by congratulating you on your election as President of the 79th General Assembly session. We also extend our deep gratitude to former President Dennis Francis for his leadership over the past year. And to Secretary General Guterres, we commend you for your tireless efforts in advocating for a more secure, prosperous, and sustainable world. It is this shared vision that unites us today. This year, Palau proudly celebrates 30 years of independence. On October 1, 1994, Palau became a sovereign nation, and shortly thereafter, the 185th member of the United Nations. To honor the journey that has brought us here, we have chosen the theme, Ar'ad A'otil Agaramalil Belau. The people are the anchor of Palau's conservation and identity. This phrase encapsulates what has sustained us through decades of both challenges and progress. Our people are the foundation of our efforts to protect our environment, culture, and way of life. This was further underscored during our voluntary national review, VNR, presentation that was done this year, which centered around the theme, harnessing our cultural heritage to build back better for a sustainable future. It highlighted the pivotal role of our culture and people in shaping a future that not only fosters development and enhances quality of life, but also safeguards our natural resources, homes, and the environment that has sustained us for generations. Mr. President, Palau begins its pursuit of equality with the critical role that women play in our society. It is crucial to leverage our recent advancements and collective experiences. This was highlighted at the first ever meeting of women in elected leadership held in Palau on September 20th, 2023. Over the past 4 years, we have undertaken initiatives that empower women in their traditional roles, such as the keepers of the Masay, Tarapach, enabling them to scale their entrepreneurial ventures and raise their profiles. These efforts are giving our women a pathway into entrepreneurship and business, amplifying their voices in new arenas. Food security is central to Palau's long-term resilience. We have set a national goal to reduce food imports from 80% to 60% by 2030. By promoting local food production, we not only preserve our traditions, but also combat non-communicable diseases linked to over-reliance on imported processed foods. As a small island developing state, SIDS, Palau, like many others, confronts unique challenges that threaten our economic development, environment, and survival. While SIDS contribute less than 1% of global greenhouse gas emissions, we bear the brunt of the climate crisis. Palau has experienced the unmistakable signs of climate change firsthand. More intense storms, landslides, and prolonged droughts are becoming the new normal. The ripple effect of climate disasters globally have caused the cost of imported foods to skyrocket, further jeopardizing our food security and economic stability. The global response to climate change is a matter of life and death. Through the Paris Agreement and other international frameworks, we have underscored the vulnerabilities of island nations like ours. One of the most urgent challenges for SIDS is sea level rise. Many of our islands sit just a few meters above sea level, leaving us vulnerable to coastal erosion, flooding, and storm surges. This is not only a present threat, but an existential crisis for future generations. In Palau, we are taking steps to relocate critical infrastructure, including our national hospital and schools, to protect our people from rising waters and climate-related disasters. Adaptation is vital for our survival. Our National Adaptation Plan, NAP, prioritizes both immediate and long-term actions to build resilience. We focus on protecting our Masay, vital ecosystems, and sustainable development, guided by our traditional conservation practice, Bul, which has sustained us for generations. Mitigation is equally important. Palau is committed to reducing carbon emissions and transitioning to renewable energy. Solar, wind, and ocean energy provide opportunities to reduce reliance on imported fossil fuels and secure a cleaner, more sustainable future. Our nationally determined contributions, NDCs, reflect this commitment. We remain mindful of the environmental impacts of renewable energy waste, such as solar panels and batteries, which require responsible management. As co-chair of the Ocean Panel, alongside Norway, Palau plays a vital role in shaping global ocean governance. The high-level panel for a sustainable ocean economy, now composed of 19 nations with the addition of the UAE, remains committed to advancing the sustainable use of oceans through science-driven policies. We expect the 2025 UN Ocean Conference in Nice, France, to be a pivotal moment for accelerating ocean action, and we encourage more nations to join us in this mission. As the first to ratify the Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction BBNJ agreement, Palau remains steadfast in conserving and sustainably using marine biodiversity in areas beyond national jurisdiction. This treaty symbolizes unity in safeguarding our oceans, and we urge international solidarity to ratify the BBNJ treaty swiftly so it can enter into force. Palau has also declared a national moratorium on deep-sea mining, reaffirming our unwavering commitment to preserving marine ecosystems. We call on the global community to exercise vigilance in protecting marine resources until we have a thorough understanding of the impacts of deep-sea mining. Our commitment to a sustainable blue economy is reflected in the Unlocking Blue Pacific Prosperity, UBPP initiative, launched at COP28. The UBPP unites Pacific Island nations in addressing the dual challenges of climate change and ocean health. Supported by the Bezos Earth Fund and other partners, we aim to achieve 100% effective ocean management and protect 30% of the Blue Pacific continent, covering over 1 billion hectares. Mr. President, Palau is set to assume the chair of the Alliance of Small Islands Developing States, AOSIS, from 2025 to 2026. We are committed to leading the group of 39 member states in advancing the Antigua and Barbuda Agenda for SIDS, ABAS, ensuring that our voices remain central in global discussions. Our priorities will include expanding access to climate finance, strengthening resilience, and promoting a sustainable future for all island nations. Mr. President, Palau highlights the importance of the Multidimensional Vulnerability Index, MVI, in assessing the challenges faced by SIDS. Traditional metrics like GDP do not capture the economic and environmental shocks that disproportionately affect our nations. The MVI offers a comprehensive assessment to help us advocate for the support we need from financial institutions and global partners. Mr. President, we must address the urgent need for Security Council reform. The world has changed dramatically since the United Nations was founded, and the Security Council must evolve to meet today's realities. Equitable representation, including permanent and non-permanent members, is essential. We support Japan's bid for a permanent seat and believe that SIDS should also be represented on the Council to provide a voice for those on the front lines of global challenges. Finally, we continue to strengthen our national security through partnerships with allies, including the United States, Australia, Japan, and Taiwan. As Vice President and Minister of Justice, I emphasize the need for robust law enforcement and maritime cooperation frameworks. With Interpol membership and enhanced cyber defense capabilities, we are better equipped to protect our borders and our people. Palau reaffirms its strong and enduring relationship with Taiwan and calls for its meaningful participation in international organizations. Taiwan's exclusion undermines the principles of inclusivity and cooperation that the United Nations represents. UN General Assembly Resolution 2758 does not preclude Taiwan's involvement in efforts related to the Sustainable Development Goals, and we urge this Assembly to support Taiwan's rightful inclusion. Today, I stand before you with a call to action. We must unite to confront the existential threat of climate change, protect our oceans, and ensure that no nation, no matter how small, is left behind. We must prioritize science, conservation, and the well-being of our people. As President Whips said earlier this year, the road ahead requires unity, resilience, and collective action. Palau cannot mitigate the climate crisis alone. We need global cooperation to reduce emissions and safeguard our planet for future generations. Komsulang, I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Vice President and Minister of Justice of Palau. The Assembly will hear an address by His Highness Sabah Al-Khaled Al-Sabah, Crown Prince of the State of Kuwait. I request protocol to escort His Highness and invite him to address the Assembly.
In the name of God, the Merciful, the Compassionate, Your Excellency, President of the General Assembly of the United Nations, Your Excellency, Secretary General of the United Nations, Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, Heads of Delegations, ladies and gentlemen, may the peace, mercy, and blessings of God be upon you. Allow me to convey to you the greetings of His Royal Highness, the Emir of the State of Kuwait, Sheikh Mishael Al-Ahmed Al-Jaber Al-Sabah. May God protect him. His Royal Highness wish you all success during the 79th session of the General Assembly of the United Nations. Mr. President, I congratulate you and your brotherly country on assuming the presidency of the 79th session of the General Assembly. We are confident that your vast experience in international affairs will allow you to lead the deliberations of the General Assembly with acumen. Your vision, unity in diversity, for the advancement of peace, sustainable development, and human dignity for everyone, everywhere, is of paramount importance. It's an urgent need in today's world. I would also like to commend the efforts by your predecessor, Mr. Dennis Francis, during his presidency of the past session. I highly value the wise leadership and constructive efforts by the Secretary General of this august organization, especially in light of accelerating global challenges. His efforts have been guided by fulfilling the noble mission of the United Nations. He has fully upheld the Charter, has always sought to maintain international peace and security by increasing the level of preparedness for all emergencies. through setting up innovative mechanisms whose pillars are human rights, dignity, strengthening justice, and international law. Mr. President, the effectiveness of this organization, the productivity of this organization, is a responsibility to be borne by all member states and international community to address all challenges. Over the past few days, the Summit of the Future was convened, which mirrored the reality of today's world. The summit shed light on grave challenges that require a moment of reflection and a genuine and serious will to reform our institutions, most notably the Security Council and international financial institutions. History is full of different milestones. We would not want the Summit of the Future to be a global milestone that is not invested in optimally. The Secretary General has worked tenaciously, which is highly commendable, for us to stop and reflect together on the path of our joint multilateral action. He has been committed to bringing together the leaders of the member states to stress that the threats are confronting all of us. No country is immune to the repercussions of these threats. There is no way forward other than cooperation towards our joint objectives. Mr. President, we cannot be speaking about renewing international solidarity unless there is a genuine international political will for reform, especially reforming the Security Council and improving the mechanisms of international action so that we're able to keep abreast of global developments and repel any threats to the security and stability of our world. Unfortunately, this will remains absent. We have seen very clearly that there cannot be any political will without an environment of trust and effective participation. We believe that the Security Council bears the primary responsibility of maintaining international peace and security. Decision-making at the Security Council must be based on the principle of democracy and equitable representation of all member states. The Security Council must be able to respond to a world that is completely different to the world of 1945. We need a Security Council that is inclusive, transparent, efficient, effective, democratic, and accountable. Mr. President, technological innovations, AI, and social media are increasingly being used for incitement, terrorist recruitment, spreading hate speech, and mis- and disinformation. This adversely affects cyber security. We must give due attention to this issue. Many young people fell victim to these negative practices. This all proves that confronting this scourge requires international cooperation. To fulfill the aspirations and hopes of our peoples, to secure a brighter future, we need accountability. It is not reasonable to look forward to such a bright future when those who violate the Charter of the United Nations and the principles of international law and international humanitarian law are not held accountable. There will be no justice or equality as long as double standards are applied. There will not be any bright future unless everyone is fully committed to the principles and values of the Charter of the United Nations and international law. Mr. President, this year we're celebrating the 43rd anniversary of the establishment of the Cooperation Council for the Arab States of the Gulf. Throughout its blessed journey over the past 4 decades, it has proven that it is a pillar for stability and prosperity in our region. In this context, I would like to express our deepest appreciation to the brotherly state of Qatar for its efforts as current chair of the GCC. Its efforts enhances the work of the GCC at bilateral and multilateral levels. In December, the State of Kuwait will assume the chairmanship of the GCC. We reiterate our firm commitment to continue this blessed journey and to enhance strategic partnerships with regional and international organizations. We're committed to achieving the noble goals that we all aspire to. The GCC has always been and will remain, God willing, a voice of wisdom, moderation, and a beacon for constructive dialogue in a region fraught with challenges, in a region where change is fast. The State of Kuwait looks forward to the regional and international events that the GCC is going to host. In this context, we congratulate once again our brethren in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia on being selected to host Expo 2030 and the FIFA World Cup 2034. The State of Kuwait will spare no effort to contribute to the success of these events in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Mr. President, the State of Kuwait believes in the principle of good neighborliness. For around 2 decades, we have been committed to helping the brotherly Republic of Iraq through continuous target-oriented measures to help Iraq return to its rightful place regionally and internationally, and to help it fulfill the hopes and aspirations of its people. We call upon the brotherly Republic of Iraq to take tangible, resolute, and urgent action to settle all outstanding files between the two countries, most notably the demarcation of the maritime border beyond marker 162. We also call for settling the file of Kuwaiti prisoners, missing persons, and Kuwaiti property, including the National Archives, with the UN and specifically the Security Council following the progress in this file. We call upon our brethren in Iraq to respect bilateral security and technical agreements on the maritime corridor in Khur Abdullah. These agreements ensure environmental preservation, regulate navigation, and contribute to combating terrorism and the illicit trafficking in arms, drugs, and persons. Continuous dialogue is important to lay the foundation for promising relations and a bright future based on understanding and mutual respect between the two brotherly nations. Mr. President, the whole world is witnessing practices that are not acceptable to any religion, law, or human nature. The whole world has been witnessing a dangerous escalation of military operations by the Israeli occupation forces against our Palestinian brethren in the Gaza Strip and the rest of the occupied Palestinian territories, including Jerusalem and the West Bank. Our Palestinian brethren are subjected to collective punishment. Continuous airstrikes are targeting defenseless civilians. They claim the lives of tens of thousands of innocent children, men and women, more than 41,000 martyrs. The occupying forces persist in targeting the facilities of international organizations and critical infrastructure. They are persisting in forcibly displacing the residents of Gaza. Peace in our region will not be achieved unless an independent state of Palestine is established with East Jerusalem as its capital along the lines of the 4th of June 1967, according to international resolutions and the Arab Peace Initiative. The State of Kuwait welcomes the recognition of the State of Israel by a number of countries over the past few months. We call upon other countries to follow suit and take similar steps. This State of Kuwait will remain supportive of Palestinians' rights and the Palestinian people. We were proud to have provided oral and written submissions to the ICJ on the legal consequences arising from violations by the occupying power in the occupied Palestinian territories. With the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan and the Republic of Slovenia and 120 other UN member states, we were proud to sign the shared commitments document to support UNRWA. What has befallen UNRWA is only proof that the other side does not have any serious desire to achieve genuine peace. The brotherly Sudan is witnessing unfortunate events as a result of armed clashes. This is cause for concern. We call for immediate cessation of fighting. We call for resorting to dialogue and returning to the peaceful political track to maintain the security of the Sudan, its stability and territorial integrity. We support all ongoing regional and international initiatives to reach a political solution that ends this crisis, a political solution that provides the necessary protection to civilians and to facilitate the delivery of humanitarian aid. It is important to respect the sovereignty of the Sudan and the territorial integrity of the Sudan. Regarding the situation in the brotherly country of Yemen, the state of Kuwait renews its support to UN efforts through its special envoy. Efforts that are focused on resuming the political process and reaching a comprehensive settlement according to the 3 agreed upon terms of reference to maintain the peace and security and territorial integrity of Yemen. We commend the efforts made by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the Sultanate of Oman to revive the political process to reach a comprehensive and lasting solution in Yemen. We express our concern over the developments in the Red Sea. It is important to ensure the safety of maritime navigation according to international law and according to the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea of 1982. Regarding the situation in Syria, the state of Kuwait believes it's necessary to intensify efforts to reach a political solution that is Syrian-led and Syrian-owned, in line with relevant Security Council resolutions, most notably Resolution 2254. A solution that fulfills the aspiration of the Syrian people to peace and security and stability, a solution that maintains the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Syria. Regarding the situation in Lebanon, the state of Kuwait condemns in the most strongest terms the airstrikes and military operations launched by Israeli occupation forces against the brotherly Republic of Lebanon. These operations have claimed the lives of hundreds of civilians, innocent civilians that have nothing to do with the dangerous escalation of the Israeli aggression, which is expanding day after day in flagrant violations of all norms and international law, including international humanitarian law. We have always warned of this aggression and its repercussions on the countries of the region and on neighboring countries. We also condemn violations by the occupation forces of Lebanese sovereignty and any attempts to drag Lebanon into the ongoing conflict in the region. Israeli occupation forces is disregarding international calls and Security Council resolution. We call for full implementation of Security Council Resolution 1701. We're following with great concern the latest developments in the brotherly country of Libya. We call for giving precedence to reason and wisdom. We call for resorting to a political dialogue to settle disputes according to relevant Security Council resolutions to maintain the stability, sovereignty, and security of Libya, and to fulfill the aspirations of the Libyan people to development and prosperity. At the regional level, we believe in strengthening good neighborly relations as enshrined in the Charter. We call upon the Islamic Republic of Iran to take serious steps to build trust and to engage in dialogue based on respect for other countries and non-interference in their internal affairs. Mr. President, through the Kuwait Vision 2035, we focus on responding to international financial and economic indicators to predict opportunities and to turn the state of Kuwait into a financial, commercial, and cultural center that is responding to regional and international developments. Foreign policy plays an important role in this expanded development process. Our diplomacy relies on digitalization to move from traditional frameworks so that diplomacy responds continuously to evolving developments on the global landscape. Our actions are based on a proactive approach, the result of an enduring legacy of providing relief and humanitarian assistance bequeathed on us by our forefathers. In conclusion, the state of Kuwait is committed to multilateral actions and the Charter of the United Nations to ensure a global governance that is strong to fulfill the noble mission of the United Nations in maintaining international peace and security and in serving humanity as a whole. The state of Kuwait looks forward to cooperating with brotherly and friendly countries to fulfill the aspirations of all peoples so that they live in a prosperous world where peace and security prevail. May the peace, mercy, and blessings of God be upon you.
En nombre de la Asamblea,
On behalf of the Assembly, I would like to thank the Crown Prince of the State of Kuwait.
a continuación,
The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Luis Montenegro, Prime Minister of the Portuguese Republic. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, Heads of State and Government, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I start by congratulating the President of the 79th session of the General Assembly, Philemon Yang, on his election and wish him every success. I express special appreciation for the tireless work of Secretary General Antonio Guterres. He knows that he can count with Portugal's full support. As this is the first time I am addressing this august assembly, I can only recognize the weight of responsibility that falls on all of us, representatives of the peoples of the United Nations. I am doing so at a particularly demanding time, marked by the confluence of multiple global challenges and crises and growing geopolitical tensions. But I also do it with hope and confidence. Hope because this is the year when we celebrate 50 years of freedom in my country. The Portuguese people, in freedom, clamored for democracy, peace and development. And so the arc of history was bent. At a time when in many parts of the world autocracies are jeopardizing democracy, we have confidence in the strength of freedom. At a time when we are facing threats, big threats to peace, we have confidence in the power of multilateralism and collective responsibility. At a time when development challenges are becoming more acute, we have faith in economic growth as the engine of fair and sustainable progress. Madam President, Excellencies, Portugal is an uncompromising advocate of multilateralism as a method of cooperation and organization of the international system. That's why we supported the Pact for the Future, adopted within the framework of the Summit of the Future, which illustrates the vision and reforming spirit of Secretary General Antonio Guterres. This pact reflects a renewed source of hope in the three central pillars of the United Nations: sustainable development, human rights, and global peace and security. It is with this confidence in multilateralism that Portugal, with the continuity and coherence that characterizes our foreign policy, is a candidate for a seat as non-permanent member of the Security Council for the biennium 2027-2028. We are guided by the will to work to prevent conflicts, promote a spirit of partnership, and protect people in the face of traditional threats such as terrorism and emerging threats such as biosecurity. We are determined to contribute to a more just, peaceful and inclusive international order founded on international law and based on the United Nations Charter. Mr. President, Excellencies, the Secretary General said in our common agenda that multilateralism faces a fundamental dilemma: to break through or to break down. We do not hesitate. We want to move forward with the reform of the global governance system to guarantee greater representativeness, transparency, justice, and cooperation. This is the path that the Pact of the Future shows us, redesigning the international financial architecture, promoting greater alignment with the Sustainable Development Goals. With Burundi, we led the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development to ensure that no country has to choose between fighting poverty or saving the planet. On another front, we are in favor of reforming the United Nations Security Council to make it more representative, agile, and functional. Its composition is outdated, and the absence of representatives from some regions hampers its functioning. Portugal supports the African Common Position and the aspirations of Brazil and India to become permanent members. Small and medium-sized countries, including small island states, should also have their representation strengthened. As far as working methods are concerned, we support the limitation and greater scrutiny of the use of the veto. The right of the veto, before constituting a power, represents a responsibility. And that's how it should be exercised, preventing a party to a conflict from being both judge and judged. While the war continues with terrible consequences inside and outside Ukraine, the Security Council has been several times silent. We hope that now, in Lebanon, the Security Council can be effective in preventing increased escalation. Even when resolutions are adopted, they often remain unfulfilled. It is imperative that in Gaza and Sudan, all parties do their utmost to ensure the full implementation of the resolutions adopted by the Council. Excellencies, the world is now more prosperous overall, but socioeconomic divides are widening. Eradicating poverty and hunger are the first 2 Sustainable Development Goals. But chronic hunger is on the rise, affecting 1 in 10 people globally. Acute food insecurity has almost tripled since 2016. In this context, we welcome the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty proposed by the Brazilian presidency of the G20. The hope we are talking about can only be realized if we are able to respond to the needs of millions of people affected by conflict. Ukraine, Gaza, Sudan, Myanmar, Sahel, and now Lebanon are examples of the suffering of millions of people forced to leave their homes and families. I'm also talking about climate refugees, rising temperatures, forest fires, which tragically hit my country recently. Droughts and other extreme weather have forced millions of people to move. At the same time, disrespect for the rights of women and girls, or persecution on religious or sexual grounds, has become more and more widespread in various parts of the world. The context of human rights protection is severely weakened and threatened. It is our collective responsibility to guarantee the respect, protection, and realization of human rights. New technologies, such as artificial intelligence, they constitute an opportunity, but they also create risks. The Pact for the Future points the way to a virtuous balance in this area. We must act to combat all forms of discrimination and hatred that undermine the cohesion of our societies. We will continue in this context to defend the rights of youth. The high-level meeting of the General Assembly on Youth, which, at Portugal's request, will be held here next year to mark the 30th anniversary of the World Programme of Action for Youth, will be an opportunity to move forward on this front. This is a priority for Portugal at home and abroad. Excellencies, peace is the primary objective of the United Nations. And here too we must give a sign of hope. The Russian Federation's war of aggression against Ukraine constitutes a flagrant violation of the international law, which we strongly condemn. The negative effects of this war, the food, energy and inflation crisis, are echoing around the world with the greatest impact on the most fragile regions. We are also deeply concerned about the humanitarian situation and the dangerous escalation in the Middle East region. In view of the events in Lebanon, we call on the parties to exercise maximum restraint to avoid escalation. We firmly condemn the horrific terrorist attacks perpetrated by Hamas on 7 October 2023 and demand the release of all hostages. We will not stand by the humanitarian disaster and the growing number of civilians victims in Gaza. It is imperative to unconditionally cease hostilities, guarantee the entry of humanitarian aid and respect for international humanitarian law. It is also imperative to resume negotiations with a view to implementing the two-state solution, the only one that can bring peace and stability to the region. Portugal is against the expansion of settlements, the confiscation of land in the occupied Palestinian territories, and the actions of settlers that constitute violation of international law and obstacles to peace. It is our common interest for everyone and shared responsibility to ensure strict respect for international law and humanitarian law. We also need to put an emphasis on prevention and mediation, particularly in Africa. I would highlight Portugal's consistent presence in United Nations peacekeeping operations and missions of the European Union, with national forces deployed in Mozambique, Somalia, South Sudan, Central African Republic, and the Gulf of Guinea. I would also emphasize the contribution of ECOWAS and the African Union to the efforts to promote stability in the region. Portugal supported the resolution that allowed for the establishment of regular UN contributions to the financing of African Union peace operations mandated by the Security Council. We also support the Secretary General's proposals to establish regular contribution to the Peacebuilding Fund. Excellencies, Portugal is a maritime country. 97% of our territory is ocean. We understand the vital role of the ocean in the global economy and also in combating climate change. We strongly support the sustainable management and governance of the oceans and the development of a new sustainable blue economy in line with the 2030 agenda. We consider capacity building in ocean-related matters a priority and have designed a fellowship program aimed at developing countries with a special focus on small island developing states. The international agreement on the conservation and sustainable use of marine biodiversity in areas beyond national jurisdiction was a victory for multilateralism. We will remain committed to its entry into force. Portugal is calling for a joint effort to finalize an ambitious treaty to eliminate plastic pollution by the end of this year. Climate change is the existential threat of our time. Portugal keeps engaged in investing in renewable energies and in phasing down fossil fuels. We want to incorporate 47% of renewable energies into final energy consumption by 2030. We have also favored the introduction of innovative financial mechanisms, including with seeds. An example of this is the agreement signed in Portugal and by Portugal with Cabo Verde and São Tomé and Príncipe to transform debt of that these countries have with Portugal into climate investment, thus supporting the energy transition. Mr. President, Excellencies, the success of the 2030 Agenda is mainly in favor of the most vulnerable groups. We cannot leave anyone behind. The digital transition and emerging technologies represent a renewed opportunity to facilitate a more prosperous, fair, inclusive, and sustainable future. Connectivity is a cornerstone. The path seems clear. We should conceive technological development through a human-centered lens and based on international law. Excellencies, and to conclude, I'm very proud to speak to you in Portuguese. As well as being the fourth most spoken language in the world as a mother tongue, today uniting more than 260 million people on all continents, Portuguese is an official and working language in 33 international organizations, including the community of Portuguese-speaking countries. And that's why the CPLP's ambition to see the Portuguese language recognized as an official language of the United Nations is therefore legitimate. Just yesterday, I agreed with President Lula da Silva of Brazil that we are committed and willing to work together with all the Portuguese-speaking countries to achieve this goal. The legitimacy of the United Nations, its convening power and its global normative authority, combined with its multidisciplinary expertise, are some of its unique assets, which must be harnessed in favor of our common causes and a shared vision of the future. The road ahead, we all know, it's arduous and uncertain, but the goal has been set. We will walk it with hope and confidence. And in this trajectory, the United Nations and the international community and the peoples of the world can count on Portugal. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigada. En nombre.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I would like to thank His Excellency the Prime Minister of the Portuguese Republic. Ladies and gentlemen, we have heard the last speaker in the general debate for this meeting. The 12th plenary meeting, to continue with the general debate, will be held at 3 p.m. The meeting is adjourned.
The 12th plenary meeting of the General Assembly is called to order. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Wesley W. Simina, President and Head of Government of the Federated States of Micronesia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Temporary President Mr. Libwe, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the people and government of Micronesia, I extend a warm Kamorale. Kamorale back home was coined as a national greeting that combines the diverse languages of all our islands. Kamorale represents the spirit of unity and solidarity that lies at the heart of my country and people. And that same spirit is equally important in the context of multilateralism here at the United Nations. In a world where global challenges require collective action, Kamorale reminds us that through our strength and solutions come from our ability to come together. Just as the 4 states of Micronesia come together under one banner, our international community must come together in order to progress peace, prosperity, and sustainable development we all wish to see as envisioned in the Pact for the Future. After traveling thousands of miles from Micronesia with my delegation, I am honored to participate in this 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly. I congratulate you, Mr. President, on your election as President of the General Assembly, and I assure you of my delegation's support for your leadership. I also acknowledge our outgoing President of the 78th session for the impactful work he had carried out during his term. I must also pay tribute to our Secretary General, who recently joined us in the Pacific for the Pacific Islands Forum Leaders Meeting. We deeply appreciate your tireless efforts to strengthen our United Nations as a vital instrument for achieving our shared goals. Mr. President, since the time Micronesia became a member of the United Nations in September 1991, we have been grappling with the severe impacts of climate change. I cannot emphasize enough how it is the single greatest threat to our home. Even as I speak today, we are currently in a state of emergency due to the extended drought facing my nation. For us, every degree, every inch of sea level rise, drought, and every delay matters. We continue to call on our global community to step up with stronger and urgent action. Mr. President, I raise an important topic that relates to our island's ability to adapt to and survive the increasing impacts of climate change. Time is running out to prevent average global temperature from surpassing 1.5 degrees. We are already at 1.2, according to the latest science. The 1.5 degrees goal is the safety limit for our small islands. Beyond that lies a danger zone with deadly heat that will cost lives, impact our food and water systems, and will drown many of our low-lying islands. Carbon dioxide stays in the atmosphere for hundreds of years. So while it is critical for the world to cut those emissions, the benefits of those cuts will not be felt until later this century. We need to control temperatures now. We call upon the larger emitters to prioritize reduction of the non-CO2 pollutants, especially methane, fluorinated gases, and black carbon. The IPCC and more recent scientific reports explains that this is the only way. So I urge all of us to take a greater action now. I call on all parties to the Paris Agreement to include ambitious non-CO2 goals and measures in their 2025 round of NDCs. As we take action on non-CO2 pollutants, we also need all countries to come together and agree on a global plan to transition away from fossil fuels in a fair, just, and equitable manner. In this connection, I am announcing that Micronesia endorses the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty Initiative. We must accelerate all our efforts to tackle the climate crisis. Mr. President, the health of our ocean is deteriorating due to the effects of climate change and greenhouse gas emissions. One of the most hard-hitting issues we are confronted with is sea level rise. I am very pleased that the General Assembly is hosting for the first time a high-level meeting on sea level rise this week. Sea level rise poses a significant threat to the livelihoods, well-being, and security of our small island nations, communities, and ecosystems. However, this climate crisis does not jeopardize our statehood or sovereignty, nor does it diminish our rights under international law. Leaders from the Pacific Islands Forums, or PIF, and the Alliance of Small Island States, AOSIS, have affirmed that our maritime zones, as recognized by the UN Convention of the Law of the Sea, will remain valid despite physical changes due to climate change. We emphasize that the statehood and sovereignty of PIF and AOSIS members will endure, along with the associated rights and responsibilities, including the protection of our citizens, regardless of the impacts of sea level rise. Mr. President, the International Seabed Authority is currently negotiating its draft exploitation regulations, and Micronesia is adopting a careful approach on seabed mining. We will consider all relevant factors regarding this matter and will join the Talanoa here being organized this year by the Pacific Islands Forum. Micronesia joins other nations in emphasizing the necessity of comprehensive knowledge, data, and scientific understanding of the marine environment and the impacts of deep-sea mining before any exploitation takes place. We urge the ISA to finalize all relevant regulations, standards, and guidelines for its mining code prior to exploitation. Additionally, it is crucial that all stakeholders, including adjacent coastal states, indigenous peoples, and local communities in the Pacific, are consulted and their perspectives considered before any exploitation occurs. Mr. President, Micronesia is pleased with the adoption of the United Nations PB&J agreement. I was the first leader to sign the PB&J agreement here in New York a year ago, and among the first to deposit our instrument of ratification. Currently, over 90 countries have signed, and we wish that all will sign. I urge others to sign, ratify, so that we can operationalize the PB&J agreement. We look forward to the Preparatory Commission to begin its important work soon. Mr. President, the international community is set to adopt a legally binding treaty to end plastic pollution, including in the marine environment in Busan, Republic of Korea, later this year. This treaty must address plastic pollution at its source, plastic production, particularly primary plastic polymers derived from fossil fuels. Micronesia's bridge to Busan Declaration, launched earlier this year, calls for international support to regulate plastics production in the treaty. As negotiations near completion, we urge global backing for the declaration to ensure the treaty includes strong measures to curb plastic production and tackle both pollution and climate change. If we do not address the unsustainable production of primary plastic polymers, then the global goal of ending plastic pollution by 2040 and limiting the average temperature rise to less than 1.5 degrees Celsius cannot be achieved. Mr. President, Micronesia plays a vital role in the Pacific Islands Forum 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific continent. As part of the large oceanic countries and territories, we are custodians of nearly 20% of the Earth's surface, placing immense cultural and spiritual value on our ocean and land as a shared heritage. Our leaders' commitments to the 2050 focus on preserving and protecting our oceans, ensuring a sustainable future for our children. Micronesia is dedicated to reducing and preventing the causes and impacts of climate change and sea level rise. With the support of our partners, we are committed to achieving net zero carbon emissions by 2050. We pledge to safeguard the future of our people by protecting our sovereignty, maritime zones, and resources, especially in the face of climate-induced sea level rise. Mr. President, the health of our people is crucial to Micronesia's nation's building. Non-communicable diseases, NCDs, significantly undermine our nation's well-being. NCDs hinder workforce productivity and contribute to poverty. Unfortunately, the Pacific has some of the highest rates of these diseases, with Micronesia ranking among the top countries. In 2016, NCDs accounted for 75% of all deaths in Micronesia. Recognizing this national health emergency, Micronesia has taken decisive action. Since 1995, we have participated in WHO's Healthy Islands Initiative, focusing on health protection, risk reduction, and promoting healthy lifestyles. We developed a national NCD action plan in 2006, and the Pacific NCD roadmap has guided our efforts since 2014. In 2022, we reaffirm our commitment to securing the well-being of our people through the 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific continent. Our fight against NCDs is key to building a healthier, stronger future for Micronesia. However, despite decades of effort under the Healthy Islands Initiative, NCDs continue to pose a serious challenge in Micronesia. The persistence of this disease warrants the need for renewed support and stronger partnerships. There is an opportunity here to reevaluate both the Healthy Islands Initiative and the Pacific NCD roadmap, exploring ways to enhance their effectiveness. By working together, we can confront this crisis more robustly and ensure that we move forward towards a healthier and more resilient future. Mr. President, as we gather today, we are reminded of the importance of global peace and security, particularly in light of the ongoing conflicts in Ukraine between Israel and Palestine. Micronesia reaffirms its unwavering commitment to peace and dialogue. We condemn the invasions of Ukraine and the killing of innocent civilians. We also condemn the attack by Hamas on Israeli citizens on October 7th, and we believe that every nation has the right to defend its people and territory. We urge for the immediate and safe release of hostages and cessation of hostilities. And I urge all parties to work towards a peaceful resolution. It is our profound hope that both Israel and Palestine can resume meaningful negotiations with the goal of establishing two states living side by side in peace and security with clear and recognized borders. We commend the constructive efforts of the United States, Egypt, and Qatar in supporting the peace process, and we remain hopeful that through diplomacy and cooperation, lasting peace can be achieved. Micronesia remains committed that the protection of innocent civilians everywhere is of paramount importance, as peace can only be sustained when the lives and dignity of all people are protected. Mr. President, Micronesia joins Pacific Island nations in advocating for the establishment of a special representative for climate, peace, and security, emphasizing that climate change is a significant global security threat. The UN system, particularly the Security Council, must adapt to address the challenges posed by the climate crisis in a comprehensive and coordinated manner. Currently, the Council struggles to effectively tackle major peace and security issues, highlighting the need for comprehensive reform. This reform should make the Council more effective, inclusive, transparent, and accountable. It must reflect the realities of today rather than those of 1945. It is time for permanent membership of the Security Council to be expanded to include Japan, India, Germany, Brazil, and representation from the African continent. Additionally, it is crucial to amplify the voices of underrepresented regions, such as small island developing states, in a reformed Council. Mr. President, in today's complex global landscape, strengthening the multilateral system for an inclusive, interdisciplinary UN is essential. Support for multi-country offices that represent the UN on the ground must be reinforced to assist vulnerable nations in fully implementing the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Additionally, the coordination role of resident coordinators should be supported and strengthened. For small island developing states, our reliance on stable international assistance for development cannot be overstated. We need sustainable assistance for development we need sustainable financing from donor partners and international financial institutions. It is no surprise that SIDS have led the charge for a more inclusive global financial architecture. The recently adopted Multi-Vulnerability Index, or MVI, is a crucial tool, providing a comprehensive understanding of the unique challenges faced by SIDS. The next step is to implement the MVI in a way that addresses our specific needs. Mr. President, the special case of SIDS in the context of climate change and sustainable development and our particular vulnerability to natural disasters and external shocks must be supported by an increase in climate finance and investment, including new and additional climate finance. We call on developed countries to fulfill their commitments in this regard. Mr. President, gender equality is vital for national building and effective governance. By acceding to the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, or CEDAW, Micronesia is committed to achieving gender parity. We have also endorsed the Pacific Leaders' Gender Equality Declaration and established a national gender policy. Strengthening gender equality is a priority within my administration, and I have nominated more women to key roles, including my cabinet, to address the imbalance in government. In a historic achievement, 3 women were recently elected to our 14-member Congress, marking a significant milestone for representation. With these steps, Micronesia is moving towards a stronger and more inclusive future. Mr. President, today we stand at a critical crossroads where the future of our planet rests in the hands of our youth. It is not enough to speak of change. We must empower the next generation to lead it. Our young people are innovators, the visionaries, and the problem solvers who will carry the torch of climate action and global justice. But they cannot do it alone. We must invest in their education and well-being, nurture their leadership and character. We must give them the tools to build a resilient, sustainable world. As leaders, we must ensure that our youth are not the inheritors of a dying planet, but are the co-architects of its transformation. In closing, Mr. President, The challenges we face, from climate change to conflict, from the health of our oceans to the well-being of our people, demand urgent and unified action. Let us not be discouraged by the magnitude of the tasks before us, but instead be inspired by the opportunity we have to reshape our world for the better. The spirit of camaraderie teaches us that strength lies in unity, and in that spirit, I call on every nation represented here to act decisively with courage and compassion. Let us work together with resolve and prioritize the protection of our planet, our people, and our future. The time for action is now. Let this assembly be remembered not for words spoken, but for deeds done, for promises kept, and for the lasting legacy we leave for our generations to come. As we were so rightly reminded of at the opening of the Summit of the Future by the youth representative from South Sudan, the future is for the youth to forge, not for us to cling on to. Micronesia is ready to play its part, and I urge all of you to join us in this collective effort so that together we can build a world where peace, prosperity, and sustainability are not just aspirations, but realities for all of us. As enshrined in the preamble of our FSM Constitution, and I quote, "Our ancestors who made their homes on these islands displaced no other people. We who remain wish no other home than this. Having known war, we hope for peace. Having been divided, we wish unity. Having been ruled, we seek freedom. We extend to all nations what we seek from each: peace, friendship, cooperation, and love in our common humanity." I thank you, and I leave you with Gamarali. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President and Head of Government of the Federated States of Micronesia. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Prithvi Raj Singh Rompun, President of the Republic of Mauritius. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Your Excellency, Mr. Philemon Yang, President of the General Assembly, Your Excellency, Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, good afternoon. Mr. President, I also warmly congratulate you. Mauritius is proud to see a son of Africa assume the high office of President of the 79th session of the General Assembly. I assure you of the full support of Mauritius. We remain committed to the universal values and noble aspirations of the United Nations. Our appreciation also goes to His Excellency Denis Francis, who throughout the 78th session championed solidarity and unity during challenging times. Secretary General Antonio Guterres also deserves our special recognition for his inspiring and commendable initiatives in furthering the objectives of our organization. Mr. President, the theme being addressed in this August Assembly is in consonance and resonates deeply with the very essence of our organization. The UN emerged out of the ashes of war and untold sufferings. we have a moral obligation to ensure that the ultimate sacrifice of millions of women and men was not in vain. Our organization has since embodied the universal values of peace, justice, equity, respect for the rule of law, and human dignity. It is appalling that we are lately witnessing an erosion of these same values. Unfortunately, might is taking over and impunity still prevails. The dignity of the weakest is being shamelessly flouted on a scale never seen before. Behind protracted conflicts around the world lies inestimable human costs. Mr. President, the devastation and sufferings in Gaza are heart-wrenching. Thousands of innocent lives have been lost. We urge the international community to find a solution for a de-escalation in the region, for a just and lasting peace. And we are convinced that the two-state solution based on relevant UN resolutions and international law will uphold human dignity and equality for all. We welcome the advisory opinion on the legal consequences arising from the policies and practices of Israel in the occupied Palestinian territory, including East Jerusalem. There is an urgent need for a renewed commitment to diplomacy and constructive dialogue, as in many parts of the world, conflicts, instability, and challenges to security are still unabated. Mr. President, the world has witnessed an unprecedented technological revolution in a short span of time. For humanity to benefit from its transformative power, AI governance should be anchored in international law. Current unsustainable consumption and production trends are exacerbating injustices and inequalities. We are at a watershed moment. Mauritius welcomes the adoption of the Pact for the Future, which is a renewed testimony to our collective resolve for the betterment of our world. We also need to ensure that the overall architecture of our global institutions reflects today's realities. Mauritius believes that inclusivity is a necessity and not a choice. Small states and large alike deserve a voice. Africa and SIDS have their rightful place in a reformed Security Council. Multilateral and international financial institutions should be more representative and also responsive to the needs of all countries. This is the only way to pave for a more equitable and resilient world where human dignity is upheld. Mr. President, Mauritius believes that human dignity is universal, unalienable, and unconditional. This conviction has always guided our actions. Our multicultural society thrives on fairness, equity, and human dignity. Through unity in diversity, we have strengthened our unique and tolerant society. We have spared no effort in advancing the economic, social, and cultural rights of our citizens. Our commitment to free and fair elections, good governance, and putting people at the center of development remains resolute. We are investing heavily in free healthcare, infrastructural development, free education for pre-primary school to tertiary level, amongst others. We are promoting decent work for all. The empowerment of women and youth remains at the heart of the government actions. These inclusive approaches and supportive policies have contributed to the strengthening of our social fabric. Mr. President, the climate emergency is one of the most pressing global threats of our time. Greenhouse emissions from human activities have irrefutably contributed to global warming, sea level rise, and coastal erosion. It is most unfortunate that SIDS, like Mauritius, which have contributed to the least in global emission, are being the most affected. A multilateral approach to confront these threats is an absolute necessity. We must achieve the highest possible ambition while ensuring equity, common and differentiated responsibilities. Our actions need to be guided by the latest scientific insights and informed by the outcomes of the global stocktake agreed upon at COP28, including its roadmap for keeping 1.5 degree centigrade within reach. This target is a lifeline for all of us, especially SIDS. Therefore, an agreement on a fair and ambitious new collective quantified goal on climate is imperative. As temperatures rise, the very foundation of life for oceanic states are endangered. We welcome the recent advisory opinion of the International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea on climate change. It stands as a juridical lighthouse compelling all states to chart a new course guided by science and the moral imperative of intergenerational equity. In the fight against climate change, our resolve should be translated into concrete and time-bound actions. One which is commensurate with the urgency and scale of the climate crisis. Mr. President, Mauritius has ratified the BBNG Treaty, underscoring our commitment to protecting our ocean resources and ensuring sustainable marine governance. We are fully committed to the implementation of the Antigua and Barbuda Agenda for SIDS, adopted earlier this year. The openness of SIDS economies makes us more vulnerable to external shocks. SIDS should be able to access global value chains for green jobs. We welcome innovative approaches and the use of the MVI for enhancing the effectiveness of access to concessional finance. Mr. President, Mauritius has been and remains fully committed to the advancement of our African continent. Africa is a land of untapped opportunities. However, our continent is faced with several challenges, preventing it from realizing its full potential. Our Agenda 2063, including the African Continental Free Trade Area, has the ability to propel Africa. Our continent also resonates with cultural richnesses and stands united in purpose. Africa, with its youth dividend, stands ready to contribute to global solutions in shaping a more equitable and sustainable world for a better tomorrow. We call upon the international community to join in Africa's transformative journey. Mr. President, Mauritius and the United Kingdom are still pursuing negotiations on the exercise of sovereignty over the Chagos Archipelago, following the advisory opinion of the International Court of Justice of 25th February 2019. Several rounds of talks have taken place so far, and Mauritius continues to be engaged in these talks in good faith. We urge the United Kingdom to conclude expeditiously an agreement that would allow for the completion of the decolonization of Mauritius and the implementation of a resettlement program for the former inhabitants of the Chagos Archipelago in accordance with Mauritian laws. Such an agreement would also protect and preserve vital security interests on Diego Garcia. We also appeal to France to resolve the dispute over Tromelin, which forms an integral part of the territory of Mauritius, in the spirit of friendship that characterizes the relationship between our two countries. Before concluding, I wish to emphasize that the United Nations remains the ideal platform in bringing us together to address global challenges for a peaceful and more equitable world. We need also to recognize the contribution of the UN, its agencies, and dedicated personnel. Mr. President, we are convinced that the Pact for the Future will serve as the guiding star, leading us to an improved world for tomorrow's generations. I am confident that, together, we can forge a better, brighter, and more equitable world. One where no one is left behind, where human dignity and human rights prevail, where collective good for mankind remains at the core for lasting peace and prosperity. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Mauritius. The Assembly will continue the consideration of Agenda Item 8, entitled General Debate. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Charles Michel, President of the European Council of the European Union. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Monsieur le Président de l'Assemblée Générale,
President of the General Assembly, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. As you enter this building, what catches the eye is a bluish light. This is the peace window. At the heart of the United Nations, this stained glass window is committed to those who work for the benefit of the United Nations. It was made by Marc Chagall. a Russian Jew who lived for the most part of his life in exile. He lived through 2 world wars. To guarantee peace and security, which were re-established in 1945, the promises of freedom and solidarity were engraved in the United Nations Charter. This is the 10th consecutive time I have the honor of delivering a statement from this rostrum. In 2015, I listed the challenges of our generation: conflicts, poverty, the climate, and migration. None of these challenges has been solved. And yet, at the time, we thought that we had a robust framework, the multilateral order, which would allow us to work together to tackle these challenges. A decade has gone by, and this framework is shattering before our very eyes. The use of force, growing numbers of unilateral acts, and what we're witnessing, often without any hope, is 3 major conflicts, which together are brewed into an explosive cocktail. In Ukraine, a permanent member of the Security Council has launched an illegal, unprovoked war. It is a flagrant attempt to impose the law using force instead of drawing on the force of the law. This war is a direct threat to the people of Ukraine and to each and every one of us. The European Union supports Ukraine and will continue to support Ukraine for as long as is necessary. We will live up to our promise of freedom and solidarity, recommitting ourselves to a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace enshrined in the UN Charter. Freedom and solidarity. Drawing on these very principles, we'd like to condemn the terrorist attacks, vile terrorist attacks committed by Hamas. We call for the release of all hostages, and unconditionally so. Israel has the right to defend itself with due respect for international law and the principle of proportionality. We want an immediate ceasefire in keeping with the advisory opinion of the ICJ. The life of every civilian counts, and we condemn all indiscriminate attacks targeting civilian populations. The EU is taking action and wants to do more to achieve lasting peace within the framework of a 2-state solution. The endless escalation must end. And let me tell you, drawing Lebanon into this spiral is irresponsible, absolutely irresponsible. These calls, including calls addressed to the government of Israel, have to date borne no fruit. This cannot go on. We want a democratic, a strong state of Israel, living in peace and security side by side with the Palestinian people. The Palestinian people, which should have their own stable and viable state. The Palestinian people deserve respect and dignity. I say this to the government of Israel. Trying to achieve security without peace is impossible. Without peace, there cannot be lasting security. A world that is driven by revenge is a world that is less safe. The Palestinian people have the right to their own state. This will continue to result in Israeli security and the security of all Jews being undermined unless such a state is established. This will result in polarization and the undermining of the international system, which cannot be underpinned by double standards. Ladies and gentlemen, the wars in the Middle East and in Ukraine are resulting in terrible consequences, and women are paying the worst price for this, including in the civil war of Sudan. Over 20,000 people have died, 20 million people are facing an emergency, 8 million have been displaced. Across the Horn of Africa, the situation is turning into chaos. We must put an end to external actors feeding these wars. We must put an end to arms supplies. It is time to take action and to implement peace and reconciliation processes. Ladies and gentlemen, the life of a child killed in a school that was bombed is valuable. In Ukraine, in Gaza, everywhere. The dignity of a woman who's been raped, her besmirched dignity is sacred in times of war and peace in Sudan, in Ukraine, elsewhere. Depriving an entire people of food is a crime of war in Ukraine, in Gaza, in Sudan, and elsewhere. A crime is a crime, regardless of who the perpetrators are or where the crime is committed. And our indignation can only be genuine if it is universal. The European Union defends international law equally across the board, everywhere. We condemn all acts geared towards destabilization, regardless of who the perpetrators are. Here I'm referring to Iran, which is using proxies to feed and conflicts in the Middle East. It's thanks to Iran's military support and Russia's war in Ukraine that this is happening. We must take stock of the situation. Iran and Russia are using the very same playbook. Their nuclear threat, imperialist ambitions, support for terrorist groups, godless and lawless terrorist groups, and all of this is destabilizing neighboring countries and the rest of the world. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the establishment of the United Nations and the international system underpinned by rules was a remarkable step forward. Going backwards means going back to a time of war. More than ever since 1945, our world is being hard hit by an explosive conflict, an explosive cocktail of shocks. They're piling up, they're speeding up. We must get our bearings. This requires cooperation and courage. We need common laws which are respected by all. To this end, the Security Council must throw off the yoke of the veto which paralyzes it. The Security Council isn't representative nor legitimate. It's ineffective. The Security Council is increasingly stillborn, like a zombie. In June 1945, when the UN Charter was adopted, President Truman said that this charter will be expanded and improved over time. It will require adjustments. Decades have gone by. No readjustments were made. And yet we must reform the Security Council. It must become more inclusive. Africa and, the way I see it, Latin America should have permanent seats. Furthermore, regional organizations must be incorporated further into UN decision-making. Furthermore, they should have an advisory role to play in the Security Council, regional organizations, that is. Ladies and gentlemen, there cannot be any freedom when drought eats away at crops. We cannot have freedom when there are terrible hurricanes tearing down houses, when there are pandemics and some do not have access to medicines or vaccines. We must open our eyes and live up to the solidarity that's required of us. It's not just about dignity, morals, or solidarity. It's in the interests of developed countries to support the green transition as well as development, helping developing countries to buttress their health systems. And it is in that spirit that Dr. Tedros put forward the idea of an international treaty on pandemics. We've made a great deal of headway on these negotiations, but it's now time to finalize the agreement. Mpox has set alarm bells off once again. However, it's unacceptable for lobbies and egotistical behavior to block the road to sharing of vaccines and vaccine technologies. Distinguished colleagues, there cannot be freedom in a world when each individual can be boiled down to his or her data, to a commercial target that can be surveilled and manipulated. The digital revolution is, of course, a driver, an extraordinary driver of progress, specifically artificial intelligence. It's a new driver of prosperity. However, it must be harnessed for the benefit of humanity and freedom. We shouldn't commit the error, unless we've already committed it, of misusing natural resources and misusing personal data like we did with natural resources. Data and artificial intelligence are instruments of power. They are instruments of subjugation and economic and political domination. They can become weapons of war. We must create a framework so that we can move ahead at a global level. Technological competition is healthy. It promotes progress, but it must be something that occurs within a framework which we all agree to, rules of the game and fair competition. We need a global dialogue within the G7, but also together with the rest of the world, Africa, Latin America, Asia. We are going to work with them. We're also going to work with those whose ideas and sometimes whose behaviors we do not agree with. China is a key partner to help us tackle global challenges, which I mentioned earlier, to reduce risks, to diversify our supply chains. Because as we know, excessive dependence on a given supplier gives rise to vulnerability and thus conflict. We should also ask China to not support to not support Russia, neither directly nor indirectly, in its illegal war against Ukraine. Instead, China should use its influence to ensure respect for the United Nations Charter. Ladies and gentlemen, the international financial architecture should help us to reduce inequality, not to exacerbate it. When a Kenyan farmer cannot access microloans at acceptable rates, it's not just something unfortunate, it's a challenge to the entire global development order. Because without lasting and equitable development, we cannot have global stability and security. We must change the system. Financial firepower must be multiplied for the benefit of our people to ensure that we can address the climate threat and achieve prosperity. The most courageous donors should restructure debt and allocate additional special drawing rights. It's not just about the transfer of financial or technological means. Solidarity also requires us to reform governance, to improve business climates, strengthen legal certainty, combat corruption, and mobilize resources within developing countries as well. As Mo Ibrahim said, very frankly, while economic aid and relief efforts for Africa are wonderful and commendable acts of solidarity, we also need to change the way our countries are run. Ladies and gentlemen, by way of conclusion, I'd like to end this 10th and last speech from this rostrum with a few personal remarks. My first point, double standards are a modern-day poison in international relations. When we defend human dignity, territorial sovereignty, honest, free, and transparent elections, we should defend and protect them across the board under all circumstances. And each and one of us must humbly look in the mirror. We have all inherited our own cultures, our own histories, traditions, and probably our various errors. Everyone must draw conclusions. Humbly, we must do our best to be better. Europe often acts awkwardly, but it does so genuinely in good faith to ensure that human rights and freedoms are protected across the board. This brings me to my second point. We must steadfastly reject bipolar confrontation and act forcefully to build a multipolar world in a multilateral framework, in which every country or group of countries can choose its own path towards prosperity and work hand in hand while abiding by rules we've agreed to, all of us. We must resist to the pressure to pit one group of countries against another, to choose sides, because bipolar confrontation is not a good solution. Third, I deeply believe in regional organizations and what they can bring to the United Nations. Over the last 5 years, the EU has built partnerships with the African Union, Latin American countries, Caribbean countries in CELAC, ASEAN, the Gulf Cooperation Council, Central Asian countries. These cooperation networks help to weave the fabric of stabilization and achieve progress. Our EU must become stronger and more autonomous so as to bolster its capacity to work together with other organizations in the name of peace, freedom, and solidarity. You'll be hearing the EU's voice on the world stage, loud and independent. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, 2 world wars, the Holocaust, absolute humiliation for humanity. The European continent bears the scars of its past, and therefore we have a special responsibility to defend freedom, solidarity, and universal human dignity. The European project is geared towards reconciliation, cooperation, and increasingly friendship and fraternity. The European project should be a source of inspiration, of hope and optimism. Optimism is a duty, in fact. We can, once again, change the course of history, provided that we band together. The future has not been written. It is not a given. We can achieve greater peace, greater freedom, greater solidarity. Peace requires a lot of effort. We know that. We've given those efforts. And peace is very fragile. It breaks down sometimes, but we can piece it together, even though it's difficult. Peace is wonderful. It's luminous. It carries in it hope, as does the blue peace window crafted by Marc Chagall. Let's work tirelessly to build peace. You can count on the European Union. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the European Council of the European Union. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Tiomiko Meliat Konye, Vice President of the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Monsieur le Président de la
President of the 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly, heads of state and government, United Nations Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of His Excellency Mr. Alassane Ouattara, President of the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire, I wish to express my warm congratulations on the quality and depth of the debates during this session and on the remarkable success that was the Summit of the Future. Our general debate is being held